Hello and welcome back. Here we've got another one of these Windows 10 upgrade resistors. The computer's resisting, not the user. So here I'm going to bring Janet up on screen. Here we go. Hi, Janet.
Hi.
So you made a comment on a video that you were having trouble with your Windows 10 update.
Yeah.
And then you made a comment to me just before we were starting that you've observed a lot of people having this trouble. What have you seen as far as indicating to you a lot of people having this trouble?
Well, I was on the feedback thing for Microsoft,
Yeah?
and it was just a lot of comments of people trying to install the new update, and it kind of like goes through its routine like it's installing, and but they still have the same old versions.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so to my perception, what I've seen is vast majority of the upgrades have worked fine at any place where they're attracting users who are not being able to get the update. Well, there you would see a lot of people having trouble with the update, and Microsoft doesn't tell us how many computers are failing the update. But you, I think, are one of four that are currently on my list. There was Greg that I worked with, and he wound up just deciding to go with a fresh install. Luis, which I've worked with him recently, and I think you were making a comment off of one of his videos, and his update still hasn't worked. There's another person who has commented on a video that he's having trouble. I haven't had direct interaction with him yet, and you are so you are one of four that are on my plate. Now, all of my clients in my business offices, not one of them have had trouble with this feature update to 20H2. My streaming computer, the one that's running this video right now, did fail the 20H2 update at first, and I delayed it for a few weeks and then tried again, and boom, it worked.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has been doing a lot of work to try to fix the ones that have problems, and just a couple weeks ago they announced that they've removed all the blocks. So blocks were, when they knew a particular computer was going to fail the update, they would block it so that when you do check for updates, the 20H2 wouldn't even be offered to you until they knew that the problem for that batch of computers was fixed. So they've told us now that they have no more blocks. And as far as they know, all the computers should be able to upgrade to 20H2. Now, the ones that aren't are what I'm calling the outliers. It's probably a very small percentage, and those percentage are probably going to be stepping forward and saying, "Hey, what about me?" Because you're getting notices that you need the update and it's not working. So there's been a lot of things published. You can do Google searches, you can do YouTube searches about ways to get past a failing update, and Microsoft appears to have incorporated most of those common things that are out there, if not all of them, in their patches and fixes for Windows Update. So I'm thinking the ones that are still failing to update, they are for reasons that Microsoft hasn't discovered yet or found yet. Now, we may be able to fix that. We may be able to find a way around it. They might learn of our efforts and put in fixes for other people. Those are areas that we just don't know yet. So let's see. I see we got 16 viewers right now, and I just realized I did not check the DVR. So here I just turned DVR on, and if you folks in chat would give me an AVD check, and that's a new acronym I'm giving to the people who watch these videos. AVD check means audio, visual, and DVR. If you could just check those three things for me and let me know in chat if they're working. So let's come over here to Janet's computer and see what we can find out. We're just going to get acquainted with the computer. I'm going to move Janet's thumbnail of me down behind the thumbnail that's showing both of us. So Janet only sees me on her Zoom thumbnail. Glancing back to chat, and people are telling me everything looks okay. AVD is good from Dan the Man, so he's checked all 3 of those. So here's Janet's computer. Let's start getting familiar with it. We'll start by going in to look at update history. So here's Windows key, and I've noticed that in just our little setup here, that there's a little bit of a sluggish response time. So here's Windows Update settings. Janet, does this look more sluggish to you, or is it possibly because of the remote connection and the Zoom session that your computer feels slower than it usually does?
I don't know. I'm just used to. I think I'm just used to the way it's running. So
Okay. Yeah. So you're seeing what you're accustomed to. Let's see. While we're waiting for that, I see that there's a backup in sync from Google that's not signed in. There's a OneDrive up to date. Looking at what's in the background, there's a Bluetooth, there's Windows security, battery, and we are connected to power now. And this is a laptop. Being wallpapers, speakers, radio settings. Zoom's using the microphone. This is the instant house call connection, and I'm using instant house call for those of you who are interested or aware. And then there's Meet Now. Okay. So then your device is missing important updates, last checked, and view update history. Update history, feature update, last failed attempt on May 13th. So it's about 6 days ago, almost a week.
And that appears a lot all the way down the line.
Yeah. And then also the update to 2004 was also failed over and over. Okay. And I'm going to collapse this section for feature updates and see quality updates, cumulative updates successfully installed on May 15th. So updates are functional. Your computer is able to install updates, but not this feature update, as we do have these recent quality update installations. Looking at driver updates. Last driver update, October 2020 for an HP printer. Not too concerned about those, but we don't have any failures there. Definition updates would be, I clicked a second time because I was waiting. Defender antivirus. Okay, so that shows current. Interesting to me that there's a 2-month gap there. I haven't been paying close attention, but I would think that I would have thought those were coming in more often than that. And then other updates. Again, I tried to click twice. Okay, so just getting familiar here. Then I'm going to go click on uninstall updates. I'm not actually going to uninstall an update. That just brings us to another screen that shows a list of updates that are present. I'm going to move this over to the left a little bit so it's not hiding behind the thumbnail images. Let's see. Aaron, watch check. Aaron noticed that I'm wearing my watch. I have to take my watch off because Aaron and Gary are able to send me notifications and it'll ring on my phone if there's something going wrong in the video. So here we have updates May 15th, 13th, things that are showing there. Okay, that's fine. Now I'm going to go display my checklist. The viewers that have been following these videos are aware of this checklist. I've added a couple things to it. And I'm moving my mouse trying to get it. Okay, there. I'll minimize Janet. Come back to my Microsoft OneNote. And Janet, you're not able to see this right now. And it's a list of things that I want to check for when we're dealing with a computer that has update trouble. So right at the beginning there is a Microsoft Update Health Tools. Now that's automatically installed. But if it fails to install, that certainly could be a problem. I have no doubt it's on Janet's computer, but we're going to look anyway. So I did Windows key R to bring up the run window, and then appwiz.cpl to bring up the add remove programs window. I'm glancing back at chat, and I'm going to ask you in chat if you've got something that you really want to bring my attention to. Use the @LiveWindows so that you can get my name highlighted in there, because I'll glance over and pay more attention to something that has that big loud flag on it. So here's the Update Health Tools. That last installed May 11th. So that gets updated around Update Tuesday, which was May 11th. So that covers a lot of the things that we've been taught to check for, we've learned to check for among the techie crowd, such as things like hard drive space and the software distribution folder. I'm going to come back to my OneNote checklist. So I'm not going to delete the software distribution folder. Not going to go from BIOS yet. Not going to go look at partitions yet. I want to look at some things that are more interesting. They're more interesting because they're things that we have not been, that has not really been on the radar yet. The things that are on radar, meaning they're out there in Google searches and YouTube videos and such, Microsoft is, they're coming up to speed for that stuff. They have to. They have to be paying attention to that. And that's why we're finding that those things don't really solve problems for us so much anymore. So I'm going to go look at this privacy settings. And I think this is probably being a big handicap to Microsoft. So I did the Windows key and then typed the word privacy, waiting for a response. And then there's privacy settings showing up in the search results. A lot of people, including myself, restrict privacy settings to lower the demands on what the computer does, and it actually reduces information going to Microsoft that could help them with solving problems like this. So I'm going into diagnostics and feedback. Does Microsoft know about troubles on this computer? Well, so diagnostic data is set to optional diagnostic data. That's a good thing as far as helping Microsoft to help Janet. If she was set for required diagnostic data only, it doesn't send as much information. So on this setting, the computer sends enhanced error reporting, and this would help Microsoft to solve problems. Now, Microsoft, they're not going to be looking at what comes in for each specific computer, but when data comes in about a computer failing Windows Update on hundreds, thousands, millions of computers that have similar characteristics, they're going to focus their attention on that. When Janet's computer sends diagnostic data back saying, hey, this update is failing on me, if her computer doesn't have similar configurations to a lot of other failing computers, then that's not going to get high on Microsoft's radar for a while. Now, inking and typing we don't care about, but I want to go down further here. Waiting for it to scroll down more. Here's view diagnostic data, and I scrolled past it. Go back up. Here, diagnostic and feedback. So we can turn this on to provide access to us for diagnostic data. We're not going to delete the diagnostic data, but this gives extra control to users for diagnostic data. Now this is bouncing around on me again. I'm going to try to resize this screen to make it easier to work with. And in a little bit here, we're going to go get familiar with the specifications of this computer because it really feels sluggish to me. Feedback frequency is not what I want, so I'm going to scroll up. Here I've finally got a scroll bar I can deal with. Drag it up a little bit. Up a little bit more. Okay, so I've got diagnostic and feedback turned on, and then open diagnostic data viewer. I don't think I want to go in through that right now until we find out if we can speed the computer up a bit. I'm going to minimize that. Windows key R MS Info 32. Let's go that way to get familiar with the computer. All right, so we've got a HP laptop 15-inch AMD R5, 2 cores, 3 gigahertz, UEFI, scroll down, see what more it tells us here, 8 gigabytes of RAM. Let's go to components, storage, disks. We've got a fixed hard drive, 2 terabytes. All right, that's all I care about there for now. Then right click on Windows button. Can't even see the Windows button right now. I need to adjust the screen here. Maximize Janet's computer. There's the Windows button. It's a little bit off the bottom of the screen. It's off the bottom of my screen as well. And when I move down low enough, then it comes up. Right click and disk management. Okay, so here most of the drive is the C drive. It's a basic disk. I'm sure it's GPT because we already know that we have a UEFI BIOS. Yes, GPT. Windows key and the letter E to bring up File Explorer. right click on the C drive, properties, use space 167 gigabytes. So we got lots of free space to work with. Wonderful. So I'm starting to formulate a plan that I would like to do. Janet, when you do the attempt for Windows 20H2, have you watched it to where you can see a failure message that it's reverting back to an earlier state?
No, it doesn't say anything. It just goes through its thing and
Okay. I'm going to play a video. Let's see, I think the way I'll do it is I'll share my Zoom screen to you, and the viewers on YouTube will be able to see that too. It's a video that Luis made recently that shows when and where the failure message appears. Let's see, I was coming in here to go to Device Manager and see if we have any problems in here. There are things that we could try to do that have been on the list of things to try for a long, long time, and they just don't work anymore. You can go do Google searches and see advice to do these things, and you've already been, you said, to the Microsoft site, and perhaps you noticed when you're reading the volunteer advisor's suggestions of what to do, people say, yeah, I tried that, it didn't work. Yeah, I tried that, it didn't work. And you scroll all the way to down to the bottom, and you don't find anything that says, oh, thank you, you fixed it for me. That's what I've been seeing. Did you get to the point of seeing those kinds of messages?
no, I was just mostly looking in the feedback. I didn't.
Okay, that's fine. But that is what's out there now. So what I'm wanting to do, and I need people perhaps such as yourselves who are willing to let me go down this road with them, is take a more intelligent approach rather than what I described in the last video with Luis, as we threw a lot of mud at the problem, meaning we tried a whole bunch of possible solutions. The more intelligent way to go about it, in my mind, in my thinking at this point in time, is to use the update log, and I demonstrated that, and we looked at that last time in a Luis's video. But I want to go further with that. You have a large enough C drive that we can create a small partition in there and install a fresh Windows 1909 in that partition, and then perform the upgrade to 20H2 on that partition. And by doing that, we get a perfect by the book log of what the update should look like. And then we can compare it with the log that actually occurs on your computer and see where the differences are. Also, we can check the configuration of the fresh installation and the configuration of your installation, meaning device drivers, what level your device drivers are at, because I'm suspecting it's possible that your computer and others that have trouble have current device drivers that have responsibly updated their device drivers, and those drivers are actually causing the problem, and Microsoft hasn't discovered yet. We have a long history with Windows and various programs and hardware devices when something's not working right and somebody discovers the solution is to revert to an older device driver. So far, I have seen in every instance of a computer that fails to install 20H2 where we do a fresh install of 20H2 or of 1909 and then perform the upgrade, it works. Every time, it works. The times when it doesn't work is when we have an existing computer that has lived some level of a life experience and is having trouble. So here we've got one other thing to check that I hadn't done yet. Windows key R, WinVer. Be sure I'm getting this on your computer. Yes. And so you are at 1909, 18363. Now, the part that I mentioned about a person needing to be willing to let me go through this is it can involve a few sessions. And so you have to be willing to let me spend the time on it. Now, two other options for you to take. If you don't like the idea of letting me spend a significant amount of time with this, is you just don't do the upgrade and you live with it. You get messages about no longer being in support. The computer's still going to work fine. Microsoft is still producing and distributing security updates for severe vulnerabilities of versions of Windows that are no longer supported. They're just not paying as much attention to it. Then the third way is actually to do a fresh install of Windows and start out from scratch, install whatever programs that you need, remove your data from your current installation to the new installation. That is probably as far as time goes, the least amount of time is to just not do the update and live with what you have.
You don't think it would work down the line?
Well, down the line, yes, the Microsoft very well may fix whatever this problem is 2 months from now, 6 months from now. We don't know that. They could. They have taken their staff that has been involved in fixing these problems, and this is deduction, just business mind thinking. They have to have reduced the number of people that are trying to solve 20H2 update problems, since they've announced that they have no more blocks on it. They certainly have taken those people away from there, and those people are now working on fixing update problems for 21H1. That's the next feature update that is just released yesterday, I think it was. So there's certainly going to be update problems happening there, but there still may be a small number of people that are still working at Microsoft to solve the problems with computers that are still failing the update. And sometime down the road, it just may get fixed. So someday it just might do the update and be fine. In the meantime, what you can do so it's less of a nuisance to you is you can come over here to, I'm clicking on the Windows button and then update settings. I typed update settings, waiting for it to give me a search results. Right now, your computer is retrying this update fairly frequently, and that's maybe a nuisance to you. So you can come in here and defer updates for, I think it's about 5 or 6 weeks at a time.
Well, I paused it for the 7 days there, and then yesterday I tried to update again, and it doesn't even try to download or install anything. It just goes right back to this window right here.
Okay. Well, here on this advanced options, rather than the 7 days, if you decide that you just want to wait it out, you can come in here and do a longer pause. I'm trying to scroll down here. Here on this select date, you can click on that and you can pick a date that's over a month away. So that goes to June 23rd. That's just a month and 4 days away. Was that the bottom one? Yeah, June 23rd. So that way it doesn't try again.
Why doesn't it do anything now, though?
Well, I haven't seen that. So that is an interesting comment. We'll take a look at that.
And also my Windows Defender. my Windows Defender is off and I couldn't turn it on.
Oh, really? All
Yeah.
right, let's go take a look at that. That's a new piece of information. Here, well, this says last checked today. If you're saying that you click on check for updates and it doesn't try to install that feature update again, I'm thinking it might be because it knows that it failed very recently. Maybe.
Yeah, it's like just after like 30 seconds and it goes right back to this window.
Okay. This is not the screen I was asking for. Windows Security, no actions needed. That looks like Windows Defender is active.
Well, it told me it was off.
All right. Now this shows that it's on. No action needed.
I don't know what window I was at, but it said it was off and there was no place, well, there was nothing to do to turn it on.
All right. I was just suspecting that maybe there's something in your notifications that might have been saying that might be an obsolete notification. Well, your Windows Defender is on. Okay, these notifications, I generally like to turn them off to reduce the amount of things that your computer is trying to do. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so let's clear notifications. I'm gonna, for a little amount of time here, turn my attention back to trying to speed things up a bit. Looking back at chat, scrolling up to see if anybody has used my name to highlight their comment, and I haven't seen that. So I'm suspecting you guys are talking between yourselves. If there's something that I need to see in chat, maybe Aaron or Gary can send me a text to notify me of that, or somebody can type that in chat by using @LiveWindowsTraining so that you get me highlighted over there. So I'm turning off all these notifications. I want to see if that last check mark was cleared. No, it's not, because they weren't all visible. All right. I tried to remove the check mark, I actually put one on. All right, so then close that. And then let's go do a couple other things, trying to speed the computer up in short order. So Windows key, advanced, advanced settings. Oops, misspelled it. If computers really were as smart as they claim to be, it should have known what I meant to type. There. View advanced system settings. Performance, click on the settings button. And then here all these check marks on is Windows trying to do a whole bunch of fancy visual things. So I'm just going to click this adjust for best performance. And I see your text, Aaron. I'll go check that comment. He's guiding my attention to a chat message at 28 minutes from Ada. So Ada Rivera, I saw the HP driver without any model that Luis had stuck in his computer when you checked the updates for her computer. Okay, good spot. We'll go take a look at that. We'll go back into settings here and see that those changes stuck. Now, do we feel any zippier? Close this window. I'm going to try a Windows key, type advanced, just because that's something we recently did. This does feel quicker to me. Press enter, see how quickly this window comes up. Maybe that did something. Let's go take a look at SysTray. I know some of you want me to make those SysTray items all display full time, but we've got a pretty full taskbar. What is this one? Bluetooth devices. Do you have any Bluetooth devices?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you have?
Headphones?
Okay. Are you using them right now? No, you're
No.
not. Okay. I'm just going to exit this for now. That'll come back when you restart your computer, but your headphones, if you were to put them on right now, is probably still going to work fine. Bing wallpaper. So this changes your wallpaper every day. Do you like that a lot, or do you not care about the wallpaper?
Well, I like it, but it's not a necessity.
Okay. Well, I suggest we just experiment a little bit and see what we can do about speeding up your computer. So I'm just going to quit that. All right, so we know those items. Radeon settings. We don't need to make adjustments on those all the time. We could hide the system tray. That's not going to really change performance. So there's this one's here, just telling us that Zoom is using the microphone. This is Zoom not signed in. Meet Now is another meeting type software. Turning off that icon from displaying isn't going to change anything. And this is the instant house call and Malwarebytes. Do you have a paid version of Malwarebytes? Were you even aware that you have it? Is it something that you feel that you rely on?
I just thought it was something I needed, and I have premium subscription, so a
You do
lifetime.
have a premium lifetime subscription to it. Okay. And it is, let's see, web protection, malware on, ransomware, exploit on. Okay. All right. Let's, when you restart the computer, it'll come back on. I'd like to just quit it for this session. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. And we click on a user account control. Looking to see that icon go away. All right. Good. And then Control Shift Escape to see what's going on in Task Manager. Showing 100% CPU utilization. It's not unusual to see that happen when I first open Task Manager. 89%, 99, back up to 100. Yeah, that's pretty high. So the highest things here is the Zoom meeting. So I think this is mostly attributable to kind of a lower end processor. It was an AMD processor. I'm not real familiar with that one. But there's nothing. Let's see. What is this stuff? Background. This is pretty high. Wonder what's going on here. Kind of tempted to try ending task on some of these. Background task infrastructure, service power. Those just don't sound like things that should be taking up that much CPU utilization. Okay, so worst case scenario, when I try to end task on these, we could lose our connection with each other, but you know how to reconnect with the Zoom session and the remote session, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what happens here. I'm going to try this System Events Broker. I clicked on the End Task button. Haven't seen any response. Click on the power and then End Task. Decom End Task. Those just aren't giving me anything at all. And then this one, Background Tasks. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to walk away from that. I don't know what's going on there, but this sluggishness that I'm feeling, I think this high CPU is certainly cause for that. Let's go take a look at the Startup tab. ACD ID InTouch 2. Do you recognize anything of what that is?
Well, it might be a photo program.
Okay. Is that because the name rings a bell to you?
Yeah.
All right. Broderbund, EvanQuest, Bing Wallpaper, Google Drive, in-house call, iTunes, Messenger. Now, some of these are already disabled, so I'm going to click the status heading for that column. So I'm looking at just what is enabled. So we got things there that we could disable and restart the computer for testing purposes or see what we get. This backup and sync from Google, you don't have even configured, so I'm going to quit that. That'll come back when you restart the computer, but I'm just seeing if it speeds us up for now. Okay, now let's go look at what Ada Rivera was talking about. She saw the HP driver without any model that Luis had stuck in his computer. So that could have been on the driver's update, I suspect is what Ada is referring to. HP driver could also show up in the apps and programs listing or apps and features. Wouldn't have seen that in the device manager. So I think Ada's probably referring to in the update screen. And update history. So what Ada's referring to is that she saw a driver for a printer that was also existing on Luis's computer, which is also having trouble with updating to 20H2. So HP printer, that's just an HP printer driver. I saw the HP driver without any model that Luis had stuck in his computer. Well, this is successfully installed. Windows key R, let's go back into appwiz.cpl. And see if it's in here. Here's some HP items. Do you have an HP printer?
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that your computer is a laptop, but I don't remember HP or Dell. What's the manufacturer of your laptop?
HP.
HP. Okay. So this is all this clutterware from HP. Is your is the printer? No, this is your computer, isn't it? HP NV5530.
No, that's the printer.
That's the model of the printer.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we've got the HP Support Assistant. Are you aware of having run their updates? The HP?
Not on here. Just this morning, I had a problem trying to get the printer to work from my desktop, which is updated to the 20H2. And it went, so I finally did get it to work. So.
Okay. Okay. So we could do those updates. I'm not strong.
I don't think there is any updates for the printer.
No, that's not for the printer. That's for your computer. Yeah, is what I'm referring to. So that's the HP Update Assistant. We'll check to see if there's any updates for your computer. And how long have you had this computer in terms of years?
Oh, gee, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe less. I don't know. Time flies when you're having fun, you know?
Yeah. So let's see. I think they're in here. The HP Open Support, Support Assistant. That's not the one, is it? Recovery Manager, no. Where do they put their drivers? HP Update.
That's for the printer.
Let's see. The one above it had your printer model name. For updated software for your computer, ensuring HP products operate. Yeah, this one's for the computer. So next. No new updates available. Okay, done and done.
Pretty sure that was for the printer. Whether it's a computer or not, but it was under the printer.
It was just in it was in a section on your menu system for HP, and the one above it had your printer model number, so it was just both of the HP update items were in that same category on your menu system. Let's go back and see. Most of these HP stuff probably came with the computer. But this one right here, just generically HP, and that down arrow indicates that you can expand it. So I clicked on that. So this one's for the printer, this one's for the computer. You can see a computer screen there even.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So many directions we could go. I've really been feeling lately that I want to go for this to go for the big bite, which means to create a partition, install 1909 there, perform a good clean update, and compare the update log. So another thing that we should do is take a look at your update log, and I want to play the video that Luis made that shows where his computer experiences of failure so that next time your computer performs or tries to perform the 20H2 update, that you can watch it at that point in the process. It's fairly easy to look for it at that point in the process. And really, the only advantage there is if we can find that your computer and his are experiencing the similar problem at the same point, and you have different computers, that could be really useful. Now, wait a minute. His computer was... What kind of computer is it? Luis, are you in the chat? Was yours a HP laptop? I don't remember offhand, or maybe somebody else remembers that. So let's go look at your update log. I'm going to go get that.
And the update number, it still doesn't do anything. It sits there for 30 seconds and just
Yeah,
stop.
when you currently click on that, and I don't know if that process actually produces a log, but the log that we're about to go look at will show a multiple previous update attempts. So you're probably going to give me a little bit better focus when we go look at this. So this says last attempt was May 13th. Are you saying on May 13th it didn't even appear to try? It just went right back to that update screen? Or are you saying it's been more recent than that, that you clicked on check for updates and it didn't appear to even try?
Yeah, that was just yesterday.
Okay, so this a failed update attempt should show up in the log. I'm writing down that number. And 20H2. That 3 in parentheses, does that 3 in parentheses mean that's the third time it's tried? Here's
That's what I thought.
20H2 failed. Here's 20H2 failed. Before that is 2004. So as far as the record showing on this screen, yes, but then here's 2004, the second one. No, this number in parentheses is not the quantity of times that it has tried. Let's see, I got a couple more hellos. Well, my name highlighted in chat from Catherine. Hi, Catherine. Luis has Dell 5559. Right. Boy, I recognize that as soon as you say that, because that's my area code, except there's an extra 5. Yeah. And then she says, use the step recorder to run. Use the step recorder, open run, and type in PSR, then start the step recorder before you run Windows Update. Then it will record what is happening or not. Interesting. I don't think I have not heard about step recorder before. Okay, let's go look at the log, but this applies for Home and Pro Windows 10. Okay, I'm going to come back around to that, Catherine. Let's see. So I'm going to go back here to my OneNote and copy that log command. Get Windows Update log, Control-C to put that in my paste buffer, and then set up diag, put that in my paste buffer. And I know somebody that's probably in the chat right now came up with a reason why that we had that duplication of the log on Luis's desktop. So we're going to see if we can identify that more clearly this time. So right click on the Windows button and then PowerShell admin, enter yes, and then I'll Windows key V to grab that command and paste it, enter. This command right here puts the file on the desktop where I thought it was that second command. So I'm not sure that that second command is even needed. So each section, each time we see one of those sections of like 8 lines, those are separate update attempts. So there's a lot of updates in there. So here, Windows Update log written to desktop Windows Update. Wait a minute, user's Doug. Did I run that on my computer? I ran that on my computer. Arg. So Janet, you probably didn't see any of that stuff I was just describing.
No.
Here I'm on Janet's Windows button. Right click, PowerShell admin. Answer yes to user account control. And Dan the man recognized that that was my computer. ZVI Manor asked if Luis was successful with the update. No, he was not. I put, I think, some more information than that statement in the description of that video. Do I have that command in paste buffer? Yes, I do. Get Windows Update log. Get -Windows Update log. That is just not so hard to memorize. I haven't done it just because I've got other things on my mind every time I've come across that. Okay, still working on it. So each of these sections of 9 or 10 files, whatever number it is a separate session of attempting to install updates. All right, showing 23 people watching right now. DVR enabled. Stream health shows healthy. And thank you everybody for joining us and helping us try to find a solution for Janet. So here that goes to your user's account, desktop, Windows Update log. So now I'll exit from there. And we have your icons turned off. I'm going to bring up File Explorer and take your computer off screen so I don't expose anything sensitive. Click on Desktop, and this should show me the icons that are on your desktop. And then here's Windows Update log. So I'll double click that. To open it. And this is right. I'm on your computer now. Yeah, because I don't recognize that other stuff. So coming back to your computer, maximize this. So that one that the last time it attempted to do the 20H2 was May 13th. So here's May 13th at the top. Scroll all the way down and we have a bunch of other dates. So there's a section of May 19th. And we're going to go back up to May 13th. Having difficulty getting it to move up there. I should just use the home key. All right. I'm going to copy out just the May 13th section and put it into a new notepad file so that we don't have to deal with so much stuff. Okay, let's get smart about it. Control F 05/, oh, I don't know what comes after the 13th. The next attempt, I don't know what the date is, so. Oh, it is the 15th. Okay, there you go. So here's the beginning of May 15th. So I'm moving to the beginning of that line, hold down the Shift key, and then press Home. That should highlight all the way to the top. Unless it doesn't. New. Okay, I can go up one page worth at a time with the page up key. And then arrow up. Now that I can see the top of the file, I could just go click. I could have scrolled up, but because I've been having difficulty scrolling, I chose to do it this way. Then Control C for copy, then File, New, Control V for paste. So now we have just May 13th, and we'll save that. To the desktop and call that 20H2-5, I'll use May 13, 2021, failed update. There we go. Now, take a closer look at this. Here we're at the bottom of May 13th and just scanning up to see anything that really jumps out. Now I'm paging up, looking for anything that really jumps out. Luis did have something that really jumped out that appeared to happen at the time here was, yeah, multiple failed together, and there was a attempt to connect to a server through the internet with encryption that had failed. These are not the same kind of failure. That's a bunch of stuff here together. Non-required installable package, Visio, OneNote, Skype, so those don't look interesting. So what I'm pitching as what I'd like to call an intelligent way to try to diagnose update failures is to do this same update from 1909 to 20H2 on a fresh install, so we see what the logs should look like and find where they differ. Sending shutdown notification to client. Okay, so this would have been one of the reboot instances. There's a lot of stuff in this log file. I've been paging up. Each time I click, in the scroll box on the right hand side shows that I'm almost up to the halfway point. Oh, lots of failed stuff there. Software distribution download. Failed. Creating file. Look at all these creating file things for the distribution download. Validating signature. Microsoft signed. Yes. Well, that sure makes us suspect the software distribution download folder, doesn't it? So I've been saying that surely the update process cleans out the software distribution folder by this point in time. Those items in the log make us suspect that. Dan says he can't see the screen. Oh, I got to go back to that screen. Sorry for that. I see Wintermute's request for searching for an error code. And I'm expecting you mean search for the error code in this file. If that error code is in here, that would tell us where it's issuing that error code. So we'll try that in a little bit here. Okay, that's just way too big to really digest. I'm going to be taking a copy of that. Oh, here's a bunch more faileds. So this is during that same instance. Sandbox folder. Software distribution download exists. It's trying to do this download apparently in that folder. Go out to the end of that line, see if there's anything more helpful. Create file retry sharing violation. Boy, that's got to mean something. Sus create file retry if sharing violation. It's not really saying there is a sharing violation. Sharing violation might be if that file is currently in use. Some more faileds I passed. Okay, that was just a first time through. I'm going to go ahead and copy that file. Oh, I'm sorry, we had something to search for there. Let's see, what was that? Somebody wanted to search for something. There it is, Wintermute. So in chat, I'm glancing once in a while to chat and just looking for things that have the @ LiveWindowsTraining-DougBetts, because that really shows up rather than trying to read through all of them. Okay, so there's, oh, that's not the one I saved, is it? Here, this one I want. Control F and 1900101. Yes, that was that error message that showed up for this update. So we're looking to see if that actually appears in this log, and it does. Update status code. Let's see, that tells us it's on line 338. Making a note. Try find next, and it's again, that is still line 338. No, that's not. Took a while for the line number to update. That's line 2935. Find next. So it's those two. So let's look at what's around this one first. Using the update service stack DLL file, software distribution download such and such, update status code is such and such, failed to install the update. Leave, get, post, reboot, result for deployment handler, OS product, network connected, yes. Okay, there's that word sandbox again. Folder exists. Enter get post reboot result deployment handler. Okay, so update status code is that number that was reported, failed to install the update. So these two lines very clearly acknowledging the failure. Now this, here's interesting. This was 1944. The previous entry was 1923. So there's 21 minutes between those two log entries. From what I can tell by glancing just this section, these log entries do appear to be in date time order very precisely. For instance, that's not always the case with System Event Viewer. So, for instance, on Luis's computer where I have a video showing when it fails, if his failure is happening at this time index after beginning the update, that would be an interesting coordination. Now this is, so 1935 is 1944. Let's go back up to the prior one, 338. Line 338. Let's not do it that way. Control F and let's search up this time. That should take us to that one. And cancel that box and then look what's around there. Is it the same? Failed to install the update. So same thing, update status code. The time index there is 8:48. So this was an entirely separate attempt. We've got at least 2 attempts here, it looks like, to install 20H2. This one was in the morning and the other one was around 7 p.m. And software, the sandbox thing we got here, that stack, start federated search. Okay, so let's take attempt 2 to obtain post reboot results for event with cookie. Power status changed. I'm going to take these. There, from power status change to power status change. See there, I got that at the beginning and that at the end. So I'm going to copy that and then go to that later one and see if we have the same things happening on those 2 attempts. Control C for copy. Let's new window and then Control V paste. Enter key a few times. Come back to here. Control F for find. Change the direction to down. Cancel that. Scroll this screen to get it into better position. Catherine Hauserman has asked, is the printer connected when you try to do the update? Janet? Is your printer connected when you try to do the update?
By Wi-Fi.
By Wi-Fi. Okay, so you don't have a USB cable connected to the printer. Okay, that's fine. So here's that. I'm looking for power. Here's power status way up here. And then there's a power status below as well. Okay. Go from power status here down to power status here. Control C, Alt Tab to switch windows to this one. And how about actually we do it this way? Click File, New Window, make this a new window. Do I still have both of those? Yes, I do. So now Windows key right arrow to put that one on the right half of the screen. Now let go of the Windows key, Should give me a selection of other files to choose from to populate the left side of the screen. So that's this one. So we can see these side by side. So power status C persistent, power status initializing, power status update, IPv6, v4, v6, v4, idle timer, OS products, light change there. So it's certainly different. You obviously notice that with a different amount of content there. Okay, well, we're certainly learning more about it. Is that going to be beneficial? It's hard to say. Let's take another piece of information, and it's 1944. Going back to the top of this list, I want to see when these updates began. So this one in the morning began with this line. And it's the first thing it says is end, finding updates. All right, that's fine, that makes sense. Control C, and then Alt Tab to go to the one that was in the morning, and that is the short one, was in the morning. So I'm going to go to the top of that file, make a couple blank lines, and just document here when this started. So this failure occurred 21 minutes after the update attempt began. And so the update that was in the evening was 9:23, so it probably started around 1903 or 1902 maybe. Come back into the big list, Control F, and if I do 19:02, will that take me to a place near the beginning of the second attempt? How about, did I say, I said 19 and I typed 18, I think. Yeah, it was 19, oh, but wait a minute, that was 1944, so that had to be later. 1924, how about that? No, what am I doing wrong? 1944, that's what I've written in my notes, so it's got to be there. Now let's go page up, looking for the beginning of this update. 1910, 1850, 1819, that's quite a big jump. We're more than an hour before that error now. I think there must have been other updates in this log. Okay, how about Control F and search for the word end, going up. Looking at chat, I don't see my name highlighted anymore. And here's end 1916. This end is at the end of a series of updates, not at the beginning. Okay, you know what? I've done enough of that for now. I'm going to pursue that line off video. Let's change. No, I'm not going to save those two because I'm just going to copy out that whole log. To do that, I'll go to the, oh, this is, I'm using Instant House Call for the remote connection, which I am not as familiar with. I usually use Log Me and Rescue, but I've been ignoring this Instant House Call. So here's file transfer on Instant House Call. I knew it had to be there somewheres. Waiting for something to come up. Is it hiding? Try this again, file transfer. That didn't do well. It's 526 kilobytes. So let's just send it as an email attachment. Janet, I'm going to take your screen off of the YouTube video. Could you go into your email program and send an email to me, and we'll attach that file. I see from ZVI Manor, BIOS F.52 Rev A for this laptop provides support for Windows 10 V1909 HP 15 BW laptop PC. All right. I think the system info shows us the BIOS revision number. I didn't pay attention to what we had there. Were you watching at that time, ZVI Manor? Do you already know what BIOS level we're at?
What was that?
I was asking a question to somebody in chat. So let's see. I haven't been watching your screen. Here you're starting an email to me. And then we'll attach that file to it. I can do the clicking for attaching the file. Let's see. So here I'll just put in my email address there. And let's see. We'll call it Janet's 20H2 failed log. And then looking for where to attach a file. Discard, send, insert format. Maybe I can just drag it onto there. Insert. That certainly seems the place to do it. Files. This should give me a File Explorer window. Yes. Scroll up to Desktop. And then Windows Update Log. Open. Which doesn't actually open it. It just attaches it to the email. And then click Send. All right, then let's minimize your mail program. Okay, I'm thinking what we're probably going to do for the next piece here is show you the video of Luis's experience. It's short. Just gives you an idea of what the error message is going to look like and how quickly it happens and how to recognize when it's about to hit if you get the same thing. Now, with pointing your focus to this, do you think you would be able to use a cell phone to take a video of the screen when it's getting close to that point?
Yeah, it doesn't stay on the screen at all.
No, it doesn't stay on the screen long
No.
enough, so you can't just sit there waiting for it and intend to take a photo because it's not going to be there long enough. And you'll see that when I show you this video. So, but this happens when you've probably seen it where there's a percentage number that counts. It goes from like 0 to about 27 or 29%.
See,
And
mine
then,
never did that. I never got a status line at all.
okay, well, I'll show you that video and we'll see if it looks familiar to you at all. And then to initiate the update, I think what we'll do is we'll delete the software distribution folder since your log had specific messages regarding that. And that should force it to do a new download. When you were clicking on the check for updates, it's possible it wasn't checking for it because it was still in the software distribution folder. Not sure of that. The other thing I'm interested in doing is using that recorder that Catherine was talking about. And that's the PSR, correct, Catherine? Let's see. Hence why I suggested the PSR command run the update so it records what's happening. Yes, we'll do that. I'm not familiar with actually what it does. I haven't even heard of PSR before. So we'll do that too, Catherine. So to show you this video, I'm going to I need to go find that video. I know where it is. I just remembered where it is, I think. And then share my screen to you so you can see it because you're not watching the YouTube video. And then we'll pursue doing the upgrade. So I'm doing some clicks here to find that. That was in here, and then here, isn't it? Intro, no, not that one. Janet L, it was for Luis. So yeah, here it is. So I'm just gonna launch that so I can verify. Yeah, it's just 38 seconds long. All right, then I'll stop that there, bring that back to the beginning, and I'm going to share my screen through Zoom so everybody should be able to see it. My taskbar is in the way.
Is this a video that's on YouTube that I can watch?
It is not. It's not on. It's not on YouTube. It's Luis emailed it to me as an attachment, and I have not uploaded it. But by playing it in this video, it will now be on YouTube because it will be contained within this in this video. So here's share screen. And who can share sharing? That's sharing options. Let's see, how do I get to this? Basically, files, video. So this is going to be optimized for a video clip. Now if I switch over here, share. Oh, that actually lets me pull up the clip. All right, let's go that way. This way. All right. Maximize that. Get rid of this window. So I'm checking to be sure that this video is showing up for everybody. And waiting for the delay to show, and it's not. Why are you not seeing? Oh, I know why. I gotta push this button. Let's see if it shows up there now. So now it's on YouTube. So here's this video. I'm going to click a play button here. It's 39 seconds long. So this, before I click play, this working on updates 27%. Do not turn off your PC. This will take a while. Have you not seen that?
No,
You've never seen that? Wow.
no.
Then you have not gotten to the same level of updates. So when your computer has attempted to do the update to 20H2, has it not even done anything? Did it just always immediately goes back to that check for update screen?
No, it used to would show on that window that
Yeah.
it was downloading and then it was
Okay. The
installing.
norm the normal process would be for that updates window to show this downloading the files and then installing the files, and then eventually it should get to this kind of screen, and this kind of screen should take a significant amount of time. Now,
Nope.
if you're not there at the computer, if you've walked away from it, you won't see it because this doesn't start until several minutes after you've told it to do the update. Okay, so let me play this for you. And so it's playing now. It's showing 27%. And then we see Luisa's reflection, and the error message is coming up soon. It's not an error message, it just tells us it's reverting back. There's a Dell splash screen, so the computer's rebooting. There's a spinning circle of dots. And attempting to recover, undoing changes made to your computer. And then the spinning circle of dots is, well, that's the end of the video. I wish he would have given me more of the video to show what happens next, because I think what happens next is it just goes blank and then restarts, and you're back at the original version of Windows.
So that's the error message?
It's not an error message. It's just undoing changes. It's just going back. And I think that's happening at the point where I showed you in the error log where it's had that error, well, I'm going to call it an error message, the 19000101 message, and I'm not remembering what it said there. So you've never seen that blue screen with the percentage numbers, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, this thing that Catherine's been asking for, I think it's going to help us with that because it's going to do a recording. So let's find out what it does. So I'm looking back. Wintermute says recommend running setup diag tool 2. It will include more logs that are specific to the last feature update. Setup diag. So that is that piece that I was trying to run for the logs. I think he's read through that stuff more than I have. I'm going to bring that up on screen here on my OneNote and see if that's what he's referring to. Get my buttons pressed right here. Here, setup diag. Is this setup diag what you're referring to? Wintermute. He says, recommend running setup diag 2. It will include more logs that are specific to the last feature update. All right. Well, let's go do that piece. We have to download that. Hide back here. Okay. I'm going to try Windows key R, setup diag, enter, and I didn't think it was going to find it. So I think we have to download it. Take your computer off screen, bring up your Google Chrome, go to a new tab, bring your computer back on screen, and check. Yeah, there is the address that I copied from my, oops, I'm on my computer. It'll take me a little while to get used to instant house call, being able to bounce around. Here I'm back at Janet's computer. And I've got to maximize Janet's computer to get away from my taskbar. Okay. Come down. Let's see, where do we have this? That's Janet. That's instant house call. Oh, come on. That. Between sluggish response and the way instant house call works, I'm getting a little challenged. Here's Google Chrome. Oh, Catherine says Nick tip on PSR and run. I use search for steps recorder. Catherine, yes, it is the short version. Wintermute, yes. Wintermute has, yeah, he's put the address there that I think I just went to. Or trying to. Okay, so here we have Google Chrome. And I think I've got it in the paste buffer. Yes. That's Windows Update log, but he's actually showing the address for the setup diag, which I will have to click on a link to get to it. I think it was down near the bottom for that link. Here's setup diag. That takes me to the URL that Wintermute posted in chat. Wintermute can't post links. Well, we're going to fix that right now, Wintermute. I'm going to make you a moderator, and just as I think you've heard me say before, I don't want you to be blocking trolls or haters. I want to deal with them myself, but for posting links, you are now a moderator. Then here is setup diag, and where's the download for it? Download setup diag right here. Bottom left corner says processing request. Oh, bring that back on screen, sorry. From Carl, Doug, this may sound simple, but you may want to check whether she has an update restart pending. I had that happen yesterday with 21H1. Needed to restart 4 times before update finished. Thank you for the comment, but I think we're beyond that. And then here's setup diag. So I'm just going to launch it from right there. And so this get Windows Update log that we looked through and the setup diag, these are both fairly new to my awareness and my efforts towards trying to solve these update issues before starting this YouTube channel, I never would have spent this amount of time trying to fix an update issue. And it's only because I now have this YouTube channel and it can provide more value to be able to figure out how to solve problems. And I know we're going to continue having feature update problems in the future if we can find more efficient, better ways to solve the new problems. There are always going to be new problems. The fixes we've had in the past are not going to continue to be the fixes in the future, because Microsoft's going to fix the more common troubles that have occurred. So I'm expecting we're always going to be coming up with new problems. So if we can have better, more effective tools to find the right solution, then we're going to be better off. And I see I've got somehow my picture-in-picture wrong right now. Why is that? I'm clicking a couple things to fix that. This looks like it's the Zoom meeting issue. Yes. There. Janet's still there. And then that fixes that. And then this should bring Janet and me back on screen. So this is gathering baseline information. So what this is saying, searching for setup logs, found this log with update of 5.13, and 5.13 was the one that was the problem. Found rollback. Oh, that's interesting. This found a rollback. So there's a specifically rollback log with update 5.13. To be the correct rollback log, gathering baseline information from setup logs. Okay. Good track. Wintermute, where is the output for this file? For this setup diag? And let's see, 21 viewers, 9 likes. Thank you, everybody. Catherine, I saw your admonishment to people to like the video. Thank you for that. DVR is still functional. And here we got setup diag, posting rule. This looks like some interesting stuff. Insufficient something or other. Compatibility block. I think these are things that these look to me like processing rules that Microsoft knows have caused update problems. And they're probably things that Microsoft has dealt with. No match. All these things that says no match is indicating your computer is not having this problem. My intuition says that this is all the information that would be part of Microsoft's the diagnostic information that they retrieve from the computer, and that they've already dealt with this stuff. But for us to find that they all say no match is probably going to tell us that we got to go look elsewhere. Wintermute says setup results log will be in the downloads folder. Okay, very good. Thank you. So we'll send that to me as an attachment as well so that I can study it offline. All right, now I'm looking back at Catherine's comments regarding that recording feature. PSR is the command you use in the run box. Okay. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to just keep that in the forefront, and then Windows key, not the run command. I understand that. I'm doing Windows key PSR because that'll search the computer for PSR so that I can at least find out where that program file is. I haven't seen a response yet. Let's try the magnifying glass. See if I can get a search field. No response. All right, maybe setup diag is too busy. Let it run. CVR Manor says run system information again. Okay, I think I'll wait until this setup diag is finished though. Okay, here it's done something different. Error, setup diag reports rollback. Oops, gone. All right, so in the downloads folder, taking your computer off screen, Windows key E, to bring up Explorer, go to the downloads folder, and logs.zip. There's a logs.zip and there's a setup log. Okay, let me see. I'm just looking here to see if there's anything personal or private in here. I don't recognize anything here that would be personal or private to you, Janet. Is it okay for me to display what's on the screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. So here what we've got is the setup diag executable that we downloaded. And I recall now that Wintermute told me in a message that these files are going to be created wherever you run setup diag. So it would be in whatever folder that this file is located in. So there's a setup diag exe config, it's a tiny file. Setup diag results log, it's a tiny file. And then this logs zip, which is much larger. I'm going to double click on that. I'm thinking that's probably the only file I need to download, but double click on it should let me see the content. A whole bunch of stuff. Double click on this column heading border to make it get wider. All of these 1 kilobyte files. And then down here, scan result XML, setup activity log, rollback log, offline, something or other offline, setup diag results log, rollback log, setup activity log. So I'm guessing maybe one of these is the pointer to all of them. So let's try this one, setup activity log. Seems to me setup diag results log would be better, but try this and maximize this and get a little idea what's going on here. These times look like they're in time order. There's only a 1 second differential. That first update was at 8:48 where it had that error message, and this is 9:51, so that kind of sounds like that was at the end of the process. The file is pretty big. Let's go to the end. Nothing here that really jumps out as a clear answer, which I really wouldn't suspect. If there was a clear answer produced by this, then Microsoft should be able to know that clear answer and fix it themselves. So we're just going to go ahead and send this to me, and we'll move on to the next step in our current plan. And what we're going to do is send this file called logs.zip. I'm going to take your computer off screen and go back to your mail program here, and then start a new mail message with the plus sign. put in my email address, and this is called setup diag log, and click insert files. Go to your downloads folder. I bet I could have just dragged that zip file onto the email. Then click open. That attaches it, and then click send. Minimize your email. Close Explorer. Bring your computer back on screen. And close that browser. Okay, so I think we're about to go on to Catherine's item, which was PSR in the run field before starting the update. So Windows key R, PSR, enter. Steps recorder, start recorder. So this is basically a screen recorder. Is it specifically for recording update activity so that it would continue past the reboot? This looks like it might just be a screen capture recorder, which is okay. That'll get us well, as long as the screen is on, I'm going to be recording it in the video. All right, well, we'll go ahead and keep that there. We'll go delete the software distribution folder. So we're forcing it to do a fresh download. Oops. Try that again. There we go. Go to the Windows folder, click on any folder, and type SO to get me down close. Here's software distribution. Oh, I got to go stop the service first. I know some people are yelling at me in chat right now because looked like I was about to forget to do that. Windows key R, services.msc. I gotta spell it right. I see Wintermute, you're saying go back and open setup diag results log. I can't tell if you're asking that after oh, okay, no, because I didn't do that one. Okay, gotcha, understood. We'll go ahead and do this piece here. Windows Update, stop. Wintermute says need to stop bits and Windows Update. I thought Windows Update was enough. Bits, I recognize it, but I don't recall that I've had to do that. Let's see, can I delete software distribution folder now? Right click, delete. ZVI Manor also says you need to stop bits also. Be really helpful, you guys, if you could use the at Live Windows Training so it highlights my name for me to recognize that you're trying to communicate directly to me. So Catherine also says bits. Is it in services? Why am I missing it? There's BitLocker. I don't think that's what you mean. Where do you stop bits? Bits. Intelligent background service. Background intelligent transfer. Okay, so is it in services under background? There it is. Yep, that's it. Background intelligent transfer service. So before I do that, I'm going to Alt Tab and see it's still trying to discover items. Taking a while to do that. I'll go ahead and stop bits. Wintermute says under the BS. Don't understand what you're saying there, Wintermute. Blackwatch in services, yes. So I think you probably typed that in chat before or after I found it and stopped it. This is still deleting items.
Why do you keep going up?
Yeah, it's discovering more items. That's right, it's not deleting items, it's discovering items. When this first came out, to delete the content in the software distribution folder, that solved the problem for a lot of Windows Update failures. But it's been a long time since I've seen it solve a problem.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. And we saw indications in the log that there may have been troubles going on with that folder. So if the update process is somehow failing to clear out old files from there, and the old files are getting mixed in with the attempt to install the new update, certainly that's believable that it could be a problem. So if your update is suddenly successful, then we can say that this might have been the solution. We haven't done a whole lot of other changes to your computer. With Luis's computer, we've done a lot of changes on his. I described it as throwing mud at the wall to see if something would stick after getting past the legacy instructions we've been giving for fixing problems that I don't think are very valid anymore. We did a whole bunch of other stuff that was just ideas. Well, maybe this, maybe that. And rather than trying them one at a time, we just did a whole bunch of them. And he still had exactly the same symptom that I showed on that video. Let's see, Catherine, let's see, sometimes it is BS2, Wintermute, no, incorrect. Catherine says, the laptop has 6 feature updates or more on its back. Yeah, that's a good point. This computer has history. Has a lifespan. Whatever testing that Microsoft does, which we know is greatly reduced from the level of testing they used to do, and then the testing that the insiders do, it's quite likely that none of them are testing on computers that have been through a lot of feature updates. This computer's been around for a while and it's experienced a lot of feature updates. So that type of computer, the only way it gets that kind of testing is through us in the real world. And then if you take 1,000 computers that have experienced 8 feature updates, they start, even the ones that start out with Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows XP, and have gone through all levels of feature updates, some of those might still work on the new updates fine, and others not.
Yeah, I believe this one had Windows 8 on it when I bought it.
Oh, okay. Good piece of information to have. So, were you an early adopter for Windows 10, or did you wait
No, I think I was early.
early?
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, Windows 8 was not any great. It wasn't any great sacrifice to move past that. It gets a lot of hate mail. Okay, so I do see that the request again to open system info. Go ahead and type in there, Catherine, specifically what you're looking for, because sometimes I've responded to a request like that and then I don't, what are you looking for? What do you want to see in there? So let me know what you want to see in there. Now this deletion that's going on, we should be able to go ahead into system info now, although your processor has been a little bit under strain. So we'll just see what we get. So Windows key R, MS info 32, enter. ZVI Manor says you checked in the video, the version BIOS on this computer is F22. Now I got to scroll back up to see what you said we should be at. It would be helpful if you would have included that in this comment, because I don't have, what do they call it, a didactic memory? When you can remember all this detail. I'm not seeing it offhand, so go ahead and refresh me. What BIOS version are we supposed to be? There it is, ZVI Manor, right on the button. F52. Rev A for this laptop provides support for Windows 10. Okay, so we went into the HP update assistant. I don't think that's the word that they used for it, but it didn't show any updates. So we'll go look a little bit deeper, go onto their website and look for specifically for a BIOS update. So then, well, okay, Catherine says Windows install from scratch might be a good idea. So that is always true for an individual computer. I do that on my own computer. Sometimes I just say, this computer's experienced a lot of life. I just want to get a fresh start. That's not what I'm trying to accomplish in these videos, and I did explain that to Janet at the beginning as the various options is to reinstall Windows from scratch and rebuild your computer up. Now, I never actually did ask you, Janet, how do you feel about that option?
Well, I get nervous because I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, okay. Well, that is something I'm willing to do on my channel, is to help you through that.
Okay.
So the way we would go about that is we would, since you have such a large hard drive, we'd make a partition on the hard drive, do an image backup of your current system to there, do a FABS auto backup of your user profile to there, and then download the 20H2 installation media, run it from a RAM drive, and begin the installation and tell it that we want to delete the existing C partition. The backups will be on a different partition letter and do a fresh install on that installation. Now there'll come a point when I can no longer be connected remotely to it because it's involved in the installation. I know that you have another computer there because you mentioned your desktop. And I think you also indicated that you have a smartphone. So we would need to get those, either that other computer or the smartphone, involved in that process too. Now, if we go that route, that means we'll need to reinstall any programs that you care about. And we haven't yet looked at that. So that's what that, yeah, I'm just going to let that sit in your mind for a little while and incubate. You don't have to make that choice at this point unless you get to a point where you just want to say, Doug, I'm tired of this. Let's move on and do the fresh install. The fresh install is not going to be quick and easy to do. It's going to take some time. And a lot of people in the chat, they've done that type of thing over and over. They are technical people, and that's why they watch this channel. So let's see. Catherine's saying that the BIOS version will go to that. The model of the HP drive, RAM, CPU model number. Of course, replacing the computer is another option. She has a desktop computer. We haven't asked yet what level of importance this laptop is. Let's see, Catherine saying Blackwatch agreed. Indeed, first image. Yeah, of course, yes. CVI Manor, the HP Update Assistant was intended for the printer. No, it said it was for the computer. It is updates for the computers. There is an Update Assistant for printers, but this one was for the computer, for device drivers for the computer, and not just for printers. I've been through it before. Then Patrick, it'd be great if you do a video with your standard recommended steps with new computer installation. Yeah, have I done that yet? I do that often enough, and it's been on my mind. So, yeah, that's coming, Patrick. I don't recall if I do have one that goes through my whole setup of a new computer. Oh, I know I do have one for setting up, initializing Windows with a local user account. So, yeah, that is on my channel. So, Catherine, I haven't seen yet what you wanted to see in here. In system information. Oh, here we go. BIOS version F.22. So we have one of the people, ZVI Manor, that is telling us that it's documented that BIOS version F.52 Rev A is needed for this laptop for Windows 1909. You already have Windows 1909, but that is enough of a statement that I think we ought to look into that, because that might be needed for 1909 to be able to upgrade beyond 1909. So yeah, that's clearly a winner. We need to go that way. Still looking, Catherine, what you want to see in here. No, not easy, but it is worth it. The laptop will be faster again. Oh, that's another point. Your computer will feel faster with a fresh install. No question about that. BH Ringer, rather than refresh, why not do upgrade install of 21H1? I can give you a reason for that. ISOs are available using media creation tool. The 21H1 upgrade that's currently out is only valid for upgrading from 2004 or 20H2. It will not upgrade from 1909. That was according to Microsoft. So that would be why not doing that. And Wintermute, switch back to... Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I got you on the wrong screen. Did you text me on that? No, you didn't. Okay. That was Wintermute. Is Aaron still in the chat? Is that why I didn't get a text message about the screen? Okay, and I don't think I've seen Gary today. Catherine says, just getting an idea of the laptop, the specs, the model, and so on, so I can try to help better. Oh, okay. I guess you weren't with us at the beginning because we did go through that at the beginning. I understand, Catherine. Ed, not now. Is it possible to update to 21 without 20H2 being installed? No, it's not. You have to have 2004 or 20H2. I have 20H2, but I've heard several others unable to update to 20H2. And ZVI Manor, if you're trying to install new Windows, I suggest replace to SSD. Okay, we haven't gotten to that conversation yet, but reasonable. So that you've got a 2 terabyte hard drive in this older model laptop. So obviously you upgraded to that larger hard drive than what was originally on this computer. Is that correct?
No, it came with it.
It came with a 2 terabyte hard drive.
Uh-huh.
Wow, that's surprising that old. Okay. So the suggestion there was to replace that 2 terabyte hard drive with an SSD since it would be much faster. And that is absolutely true. And you have a 2 terabyte hard drive, but you're really not using much of it. Let's go back and look at how much space you're using again. So you're using 168 gigabytes. You could do a 512 gigabyte SSD, but I think it'd be smarter to go to a 1 terabyte SSD. That part cost about, what was it, somewhere around $120, I think. Now then it has to be installed on the computer, and that is also something I'm willing to walk you through on my channel. And I'm suspecting that is something that you are not accustomed to how to do. Is that right? Okay.
No, I've done it in a desktop and not a laptop.
Okay. And if your hard drive on this computer is just on a slide out panel, that would be a lot easier than if you have to disassemble the computer to get to the hard drive. And I'm suspecting and hinting that somebody in chat could go find that out and see if this hard drive is just 1 or 2 screws on the bottom and can pull out from the slide on the side. Would N-Light assist in fresh install? I think maybe you're talking about Night. But no, that installs mostly utilities for a techie. So no, I don't think that would be a good direction for us to go. And then B.A. Tringer, good point. Didn't realize the machine was 1909 when I made the suggestion. That would have been your suggestion for 21H1. And Catherine, no, it assists in keeping programs up to date, but not with drivers. She's responding to Blackwatch in regards to N-Light. Okay. All kinds of. Oh, by the way, Blackwatch. I think it was you that has a comment on a video about. Oh, now I'm struggling to remember what it was. But you brought up a good point. I want to make a video specifically on that topic. That's why, if you're wondering why I haven't responded to your comment yet, that's why. I think that was Blackwatch. I wonder if my problem could be NVMe related from all kinds of things. Catherine, she could always keep the mechanical drive as a backup drive. Okay. I'm not as quick to condemn a mechanical drive as other people are. The really big nice thing is when you start the computer, turn it on, it starts up much quicker. I'm guessing this computer might take 2 to 3 minutes to start up when you press the power button. Is that right?
Maybe, but I'm in no big hurry.
You're not worried about that. Okay. So we also haven't asked you yet, do you use this laptop every day? Do you travel from one place to another with it? Do you install and uninstall programs, or do you just basically use it for a like email and internet browsing, simple uses? What can you say along those
I
lines?
use it for a Cricut. It has Cricut software on it, for
Okay.
designing and email and shopping but I use the laptop mainly. I very seldom use the desktop. I just like to
Okay.
keep it up to date, that's all.
Okay, you keep the desktop up to date. The laptop is your main daily driver.
Yeah.
I've mentioned that it feels sluggish to me, but you haven't sounded like that was really a big pain for you, that you're
No,
just
I'm
kind of
I'm
used to
kind of
it.
used to it. So
You're kind of used to it, and it's not like it drives you nuts because it's so slow, right?
well, sometimes depending on what I'm doing, but
Okay.
I can live
Do
with
you
it.
do you think you spend maybe a total of an hour on the computer throughout the day, or is it more like 6 hours?
Well, it can be anywhere in between.
Okay. Okay. That gives us enough of an idea for now. We need to go look at that BIOS issue because that really sounds like it could be a big deal. So for that, let's see, we are on a HP. So let's go uh, Windows key R CMD to get to a command prompt. And then let's see, it is trying to remember the command. What is it? WMIC. WMIC. KEYMOUSE. WMIC. And then it is BIOS get serial number. Gotta spell it right. Number. Do you see that black window on your screen where I'm typing, Janet?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I'm not back on my computer. Okay, so this gives us your HP serial number. Double click that. Trying again. It's not highlighting. You're going to make me copy it manually, aren't you? Okay, then let's make that bigger so I can read it. Go to, is it edit or properties? Yeah, it's properties. And go to font 28. Okay. There, I can read that. Let's do Windows key R notepad. Bring up a fresh notepad and type that CND 8170624. Control A to select that, Control C to copy it. Let's see, I'm going to try Windows key V to see if your clipboard history is turned on, and that didn't produce what I wanted. Try that again. Oh, there it is. Windows key V. Yeah, there's clipboard history. All right, so I'll show that to the audience again. So Windows key V gives me clipboard history so that I can get back to that serial number when I need to. Minimize that. Exit the DOS window. That font size should not stick. And then let's see, can I copy that? Control C, Windows key V to see if it did. Yes, it did. So there I've got that BIOS version in the clipboard. Okay, how did that deleting of whatchamacallit go? Software distribution folder. Software distribution. Still showing 18.4 megabytes. Try right click and see if I can delete the remaining stubborn bits. Try again. File is open in another program. All right. Check bits. Let's see if I refresh this screen. Bits is running again. Stop that. And then go to the W's, get down to Windows Update. Well, that didn't do what I wanted. Windows Update is running again. Right click and stop. Let's see, Catherine says 8 screws and a battery to remove to get to swap your hard drive for an SSD. So based upon your answers, I suspect you're not going to experience enough benefit to do that. Well, maybe you experience enough benefit, but you certainly don't feel enough pain to be motivated to do that. I think you would find the computer to operate faster, but it doesn't sound like you're concerned about it. So there's software distribution folder gone. I'll just minimize services. Looking back at chat. Big program running. Okay, the only real question there, did you try media creation tool update this PC? No, actually we haven't tried to do the update at all yet. We're still leading up to that. But this BIOS thing is what we really need to go after. All right, let's go. Chrome is fine. Take your computer off screen while that opens up. That gets us to a new tab. Bring the computer back on screen, hp.com. And I think /support gets us more directly to the right place. Fix and resolve Windows 10 update issue on HP computer or printer. How could we possibly pass that up?
I think I tried that.
Did you? All right.
I think.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and take a look at it anyway. We use cookies. Yeah, we're going to accept cookies. Chocolate chip particularly. Fix and resolve Windows, because if there's a BIOS problem, HP's website should certainly be telling us that, among whatever else they have to say. Because if this is a common thing with your model computer, HP would be the one that would seem to want to speak up on it. Now, we haven't yet told it what computer you have, so this doesn't necessarily mean this is directed to your computer. Okay, I clicked on that once and I haven't seen anything happen. When I move the mouse over it now, okay, there it goes. No, we're not going to provide feedback. And this is clickable now. Windows 10 Support Center. For support on Windows 10, including how to set up, install, fix common problems. I'm still more attracted to this because it's still offering me to click on that. Bottom left corner says waiting for cache.
I think you might have to click on that computing button.
Yeah, all right. I'm starting to feel less attracted to this direction and rather go to look at that BIOS update issue. Okay. Windows 10 updates and then fix. Hey, I tried to scroll away from that too quick. Let's close this. Get it out of the way. Come back up to the top. Oh, this is really sluggish in scrolling through this web page. Okay. Find the most updated information for Windows 10 update along related issues before you update. Recommended steps. Check product compatibility. Non-compatible products results in issues. HP keeps record of products that are tested for newer Windows 10 version. Somebody previously mentioned, I think it was about Luis's computer not being tested for 20H2, and I kind of discounted that because I don't expect them to be testing all their older computers. But
there's an update BIOS down there.
Pardon?
Update BIOS down there on the bottom.
Yeah. Performance tune-up can help improve system performance. Okay, so that can also be done. Analyzes optimized PC to resolve system freeze issues. May or may not be relevant for your computer, but your computer certainly feels sluggish, and I'd be tempted to do that. Now, I tried to go down one line, and it jumped way down. Going back up. That went all the way up. All right, trying again to go down. Just
sometimes my cursor jumps around. You can be clicking on one thing and it jumps down to the next.
Yeah. Okay. There's performance tune-up check. And the launch now button. We saw that before. And there's the update BIOS. BIOS is a key element that ensures newer updates and existing components can work together. Ensure that you have latest BIOS installed on your PC before updating Windows 10. To learn more about how to install updated BIOS, visit the documents below. I'm not going to go look at those documents because I know how to update the BIOS on HP computers. Update graphics drivers. An out-of-date graphics driver can cause Windows Update to fail and roll back. It's recommended to check and ensure the latest graphics drivers are installed on your computer before starting the update process. Visit software download page to select your product. That software download page sounds like an easy click for us to get to because that's where the BIOS update should also be. Check for updates, select the Start button, go to Settings, Update and Security Windows Update, select Check for Updates. If Windows Update says your device is up to date, you have all the updates that are currently available. All right. Known issues. Known issues for what? HP and Microsoft work together to identify issues that may occur post Windows 10 updates as issues are post-update. As issues are identified, HP will release updated drivers fixes through Windows Update as well as our software download pages. It's recommended that you run all Windows updates to ensure all the latest drivers, software fixes installed on your PC. Here's a list of top issues may occur post Windows 10 update. So I'm not interested in this section because we're not having problems after a Windows 10 update. So let's go to this software download page. Glancing over at chat, I don't see my name highlighted anywhere. Let's see, yummy chocolate chips. Catherine liked my chocolate chip cookie idea. Party mix. Catherine doesn't want to think about party mix. Mouse squirrel. Catherine, to me, you want an updated GPU driver, especially with an AMD system, before updating the BIOS. Okay, interesting. Christoph asks, what's the BIOS issue? And that is that we know we have an older BIOS than what appears to be one of the persons in chat found documentation saying 20H2 requires a certain level BIOS for this computer, and we know we don't have that BIOS. So that is our BIOS issue. So here we go, click on laptop, then we should be able to enter the serial number. Here's the serial number. I'll access the clipboard history with Windows key V. Shows all the things I've recently copied. Here's the serial number. Click on it, puts it into that field, and then submit. More than one result is associated with the serial number. Please provide a product number to complete the request. Huh.
You go back to the other page and it'll detect the number for it.
The other page. You mean the page prior to this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. To do the option that says detect my computer. Is that what you're aiming at? Yeah. So you've been here before.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go back to identify. I clicked on identify. I thought that was a clickable. It doesn't seem to be responding, so I may use the back button because that's not changing to a clickable arrow or finger. So here we'll go back button. Since you still have all the HP software installed on the computer, this HP detect your product should go pretty quickly. For people who uninstall the clutterware that comes on a manufacturer's computer, they may not have it and it takes longer to get that reinstalled. Open. Once open this application, always allow open HP products detection. I did not click on the always allow. No real reason for not clicking on it. I could have done that just fine. I don't object to it. HP Web Product Detection is starting up. You'll be given 2 or 3 prompts in a separate window. This website's about to initiate. Clicking OK.
It's at the bottom.
Is at the bottom here? Okay, yeah. I turned away from the screen for a moment. Going down a little bit. So there we got a serial number and a product number. Can I... Yeah, I clicked on that. I would have liked to have captured that product number, but it's captured on the video. Okay, here we have all drivers. And right at the top there is the BIOS. Now, I've come across laptops that are where the manufacturer doesn't even have Windows 10 drivers. This is showing that it's detecting Windows 10 on this computer. On the computers that, when I got a laptop that I don't know if the manufacturer supports it, choosing a different OS, if it doesn't have drivers for Windows 10, you won't even find Windows 10 listed as an alternative. So here's System BIOS Update, F52, Rev A. Okay, and then we've also got some other drivers. Let's go ahead and, well, if we use the checkbox here, we can download them all together. So there we have selected that one. And driver audio. See, there's so many different audio drivers that I'd rather let the HP driver update select those, which still bothers me why it hasn't done that. I've seen Windows Update install a manufacturer's BIOS update. Or maybe this computer is so far behind that it can't do that. Okay, so there's hardware diagnostic, there's Windows hardware diagnostic. Here's the graphics that Catherine somehow had specific information that graphics driver needs to be upgraded first. There, the screen's jumping away from me again. Yeah, and we got the same problem with the graphics driver in that which one of these is right for your computer.
The February 20th, the newest one.
Yeah, if you just go off of dates, but they can have different graphics components installed in the computer. These are not necessarily just different versions for the same device. So AMD high definition graphics driver, Bristol Ridge, Stony Ridge, Bristol Ridge 10, 10 version 1809. Oh, these are for different versions of Windows. Maybe we can. That's for 10/1903. 10/1709, 10/1709. There's no listing in here for Windows 10/1909, so that would mean we would want the most recent date. The February 13th, 2020. And that doesn't even show a Windows version number. Just now, there's another option on HP's website. Did you already see it for automatically detect driver updates for my computer, something to that effect?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Before we leave this screen then, let's go ahead and get this downloaded. Driving myself nuts clicking up and down here. Okay, so here, download selected files. So we'll go ahead and get that. I'd like to go back to a place where we let HP install the drivers that it senses needs to be installed, because I don't want to go piecemeal those individual drivers when HP can do a better job of it. But it's apparent that HP has not installed the BIOS driver. So I'm wondering now if we've actually done a accurate HP check of drivers. You want an updated GPU? What's the BIOS issue? The most important drivers are laptop chipset drivers. Got it from System Info. Let's see, what did that 2NM number? I guess that was the model number that you're referring to that you got. Keep in mind, when I see your comments in chat, it's been a while since that subject came up, so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Blackwatch, we are not dealing with IRST again, are we? IRST. I don't know what you mean by IRST. ZVR Manor, don't forget to disable Windows Defender before running the file SP 10873 that include the new BIOS. Okay. Catherine's answering somebody's question. Catherine, AMD Radeon R7 graphics integrated. Oh, I'm guessing you got that from System Information. That we need the AMD Radeon R7 graphics. Okay. Oh, this is the file that you were referring to in chat. Okay. Let's show in folder. I'm going to change the name of that file so we don't lose track of it. Right click, rename. I intentionally decided not to single click on that to be able to change the name because I don't trust my clicks with the sluggishness. It might think I meant double click. So I'm going to change the name to say this is BIOS update, so we don't lose track of it if we download some other things. Once files are downloaded, you need to uninstall them. So that took us off of that page. Try the back button. Hopefully it'll take me right back to that page. Blackwatch asks what CPU this is. If somebody wouldn't mind scrolling back in the DVR to find that, rather than me going back to show that again, that would be a happy day. If I keep chasing down every question that comes out, this can just drag on and on and on. Whoops, I'm sorry. We don't want audio driver. I know you're yelling at me in chat. Click graphics, not audio. Okay, so I'm assuming Catherine saw the correct one in here. AMD Radeon R7. I don't see Radeon. I think she was just giving us the graphics adapter that she saw in System Information. That doesn't clinch it for me which one we need. All right. I want to get back to the top here. I'm going to right click on the tab and choose duplicate. So that gets us another tab at the same page. That way I can leave that driver's tab where it was and then go back to identify, and I want to look for their auto detect. It's not on this page, so let's go. I'm going to do a fresh click on software drivers. And identify the product again. Here's the laptops. Oh, Wintermute, good one. Let's see, I'm quite impressed with your Windows and IT knowledge. Compliment from someone who started in IT in 1978. Thank you, Gary. Good to see you, Gary. I don't think I've noticed your name in chat before this. And Wintermute says the blue question mark in the system tray here is the HP Support Assistant. Good catch. I never go there. Okay, Support Assistant. Let's let it tell us what drivers it wants. And Catherine, thank you very much to Gary. Okay, that means, oh yes, Gary was speaking to Catherine for that compliment about impressed with her Windows and IT knowledge, and I agree with that. Is that too old for the, and several of you in chat, you're really showing your smarts as I see you in video after video. So Blackwatch says, is that too old for the AMD chipset driver tool? And he's asking that to Catherine. My device shows our device. Updates. My device, HP Envy. No, that's your printer, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just looking at what the others are. HP Stream. So yeah, this is the one we were interested in. 14 messages could certainly be worth looking at. Yeah, it's worth looking at. I'm going to do a right click, see if I can open that in a new tab. No, this isn't a browser. Yeah, I want to see what those messages are, because if they have a message specifically about upgrading from 1909 to 20H2, we want to know it. Support Assistant version 9 coming soon. Get help selecting accessories, audio issues, drawing with Windows Ink, PC performance, protect your laptop, reduce downtime. Scrolling. Reduce downtime, returning to the Office of Wisdom, virtual repair. Yep, nothing there. And is that the end of it? Access important features, productivity, pair, working from home and now safe. Nope, none of that. So where do we go back? Services. Does that get us back to where we were? My devices. No, it was my devices. Is there a back button maybe at the top of this panel? Yes. And updates. I think I could have clicked on that update tab instead of the back button. No updates available. Check for updates and messages. I don't think it's checked yet. clicking. Check for updates and messages. Downloading messages and updates definition. See, now it looks like it's doing some work. Catherine says, because it's A9 mobile CPU, I doubt it will work. And I'm not sure if you guys are talking about this computer or something else. I would need to look specifically into it. Yeah, I think they must be talking about something else. You checked wrong device for updates. Did I? Checked wrong device for updates. All right, I'm going to take his word for it. Who was that? BH Ringer says I checked the wrong device for updates. Oh, Catherine says, yes, this laptop. All DSM commands does not work for me. If I find the solution to why not, I would probably fix my update issues. Okay, he's talking about his issues. So I'm stopping this and going back and double checking. He says I clicked on the wrong device for updates. We're on this device. HP laptop. We got our serial number and our product number. How is this the wrong device? Check third from left. You checked first on left. Check third from left. You checked first from left.
That's the right one.
Yeah, I thought it was the first from the left, because the third from the left was one of your other devices. This HP Stream, this isn't your laptop.
No. I used to have that. I don't anymore.
Yeah. This is your laptop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry, I think you're wrong, BH Ringer. All right, going back here again. And then check for updates and messages. BH Ringer says, my bad, thought you checked third from left for messages. Well, no worries. I appreciate you keeping a sharp eye out and trying to catch me. I have no reluctance or hesitation being caught out for doing something wrong. I'd rather have you tell me what I did wrong or doing wrong and get on the right track than keep going down the wrong track. So thank you for trying. Blackwatch, was Luis also an AMD CPU? I don't remember offhand. Does somebody else remember? All right, so this is going to take a little while most likely. What we're hoping for is that this is going to do the BIOS update and other updates, and that we'll actually see it doing those. Catherine has some reason to think that the graphics update needs to happen before the BIOS. And then we've got that software distribution folder deleted. We've got that recording element ready to go, although I'm still not sure how that's going to benefit us by comparison to the recording of the video, because once the computer gets to a reboot, I think that screen recording is going to be done, unless that somehow does a longer recording of the update process. find that hard to believe. Blackwatch says, was Luis also? Oh, I already read that. Asking if his CPU is an AMD. So it's been, what do we say, a week? Yeah, 6 days since it last tried to do the update. Did you watch on it? Did you check it much during that time? You said you never did see a blue screen with the percentage numbers. Could you have been away from the computer at that time, or do you think it went through all those downloading and installing and then it just stopped there?
I think it just stopped.
Okay. Well, we know from our experience with Luis that we should be able to capture that on the recorded video, because we were able to get into the blue screen percentages on Luis's computer all the way up to the first reboot, and that's when we lost him. So we'll be able to document that.
I mean, with my phone.
Well, I can document that in the YouTube video, because this will keep recording when it does those downloading of the updates and installing the updates, and then when it goes into the blue screen, the YouTube video will continue recording. We can, in fact, with Luis, we had the Zoom session still going. I'm not totally certain we're going to do that, because that's going to be a long time. Some people, myself included, are probably tired of watching the screen. We're at 3 hours now. Good grief. Are you coming up to a time pressure, Janet?
No, not so much.
Not
Unless
so
you
much?
are.
No, I'm okay. We could potentially, like, if we get to a point where we know it's going to be a long time, we could end the Zoom session, in the live stream, but keep the remote connection going, and I could keep a local recording going so that I could upload the local recording later, or just be able to summarize what happened. This is taking a long time.
Yeah. And it might be the messages that you already read.
Yeah, we're not so interested in messages. We are on Wi-Fi. Do you have the ability to connect an Ethernet cable temporarily instead of Wi-Fi?
I don't know if I have a wire. Actually, I don't think there's even any place to. Oh, yeah. Why is that a difference on what?
Yeah, it can be a more reliable
Yeah.
internet connection. If there's any glitches happening in the Wi-Fi, it just removes that as a potential source of trouble.
Yeah,
This,
I might have a wire.
okay. We're showing, let's see, Gizmo 5G internet access. So you're on your 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi band. And it's showing strong signal strength. It has advanced to analyzing your system now. Catherine says, without the GPU driver can lead to a black screen issue after BIOS update on AMD systems. AMD systems, does that mean HP laptops with AMD systems, or is that custom built AMD systems? I'm really reluctant to take advice that's being given to custom PC builders about AMD systems and graphics drivers and try to apply that to a HP laptop. It's a different world. ZVI Manor says not only 20H2 was not installed, there was also a problem with 2004 version in the update history. Yes, I'm aware of that. Okay, no updates available. It finished that evaluation and is telling us no updates available, even though we know the BIOS is not up to date. Wow. All kinds of things says I have Intel CPU and 1909 update issues. Yeah, I know it's not just AMD. Catherine, connect the laptop with a network cable. It is faster. Well, it's a faster connection to her router. Her Wi-Fi is probably just as fast as her internet speed anyway. Wintermute, it's moving now. Catherine, yes, it is. And Catherine has a support link for HP.com drivers. Why would I use that over? We're already at HP's website for drivers. Is there something unique about that? Catherine says she sent the link. Yeah, I see the link, but that's... Okay, so I'll go look at that website to see what you're trying to show me, because this is... and we've already been at HP's website. Here we have, you're saying support.hcom/HKEN. We're on USEN, so we're not going to use the HK version. That would be, what is that? Well, it's not US. It's not for US drivers. The BIOS F52 is in there. Yeah, we've already downloaded the BIOS update. We have the F52 update right here. I thought you were in the chat with us when we downloaded that, Catherine. Why does that say removed? Oh, because I changed the name. All right. Blackwatch, I had an old Asus motherboard. Support argued the BIOS I had was too new and did not exist. Okay. So, going to downloads. I'm ready to just do this BIOS update. I know, Catherine, you've been saying that the graphics has to be done first, but I think you're talking about custom computer builds. I don't think you're talking about an HP laptop. It's a different world. So I'm giving you a chance to counter that in the chat, Catherine, before I do this. This will be a right click and run as administrator. Yes, you did change the name. So she was responding to an earlier comment from me. Should be about a 4 or 5 second delay on this stream. I have the latency set to low, ultra low latency. So let's see. Yes, you did change. She says as you like. And ZVI Manor says Defender, reminding us to disable Defender. Okay.
Does the device manager like give you the name or the graphics? Would it give you so you know which one it would be the right one?
Well, it gives us the name of graphics adapters, but the differences in those names didn't they weren't on that level. So let's go back and look at that. The difference of those graphics drivers. Um, so, Catherine, you made the comment as you like, but that doesn't really explain to me whether you were getting that information from custom computer builds or HP builds. I don't want to discount what you're bringing up. So, if you are saying that this is important to HP laptops, I'm looking for you to say that. If it's coming from your experience for custom builds, I'd like for you to say that. So these things about Bristol Ridge, these are code names that are typically like code names used for different versions of Windows updates, and they actually give us Windows update numbers here. So all they're saying for naming it is AMD high definition graphics driver. Well, here they get these R numbers, but most of these don't have any distinction other than the code name. Who's that? Oh, that's a neighbor. We've got a really good neighborhood watch group here. We let each other know when things are going on, so I'm kind of wondering what that's about. Let's go look at your device drivers. Am I on your computer here? Oh yeah, there's all those icons. So right click on the Windows button and then Device Manager and see what it tells us about your graphics adapter.
Do those little blue arrows open something, or?
Yeah, they do. They open more
Okay.
information about that item. And okay, so Catherine has responded, I think. Catherine says, happened to me with AMD PC. Okay, so she had the problem with getting the blue screen and needed to do the graphics driver before the BIOS driver on a PC. So she does a lot of custom computer builds. So she's not saying that this is applicable to her knowledge for laptops. So AMD Radeon R5 graphics. AMD, see, we don't even have the word Radeon in here. And this is what I've seen on device drivers, trying to correlate them to what's in on the websites. It's hard to match them up. So here again is Radeon. If we go to the driver, we see that we have this driver version 22.19.180. Does that correspond with anything? 22.19.180.
The bottom one?
22.19.180. Bingo. So coming back to show that. Yeah. 22.19.180. 1025 Rev A. As opposed to 513. The dates are within a few months of each other. And this one that's on the website is more recent. And it says Windows 10 v 1709. You are way beyond 1709. That would have been 2017, the 9th month. And you are currently at 1909. And this was issued in 2017. This is not a recent update. So I'm suspecting that this was an update that was needed for computers back then that had 1709, and that the HP update wizard that we just ran did not identify this for your computer because it's not needed for your computer. This was specifically for that computer back then at this date for problems that they were having then. Is what I'm reading between the lines. It's my deduction based upon what we're seeing.
Can you update the driver with that button?
Yeah, we can click this button and see if it'll grab another one. The implication from what we've been through already says it won't find an updated driver. It will tell us we have the most current. So let's see what that does. Looking back at chat, Blackwatch, is this 32-bit or 64 legacy drivers? This is a 64-bit operating system. Blackwatch Win 10 32-bit, they're old legacy drivers. I don't know why you're coming up with 32-bit or legacy. While that's running, I'll just come back to WinVer. Well, this doesn't identify 64-bit, but if it is 32-bit, we would be seeing it here, I believe.
I'm pretty sure it's 64.
Yeah, I'm sure it's 64. You got to really put effort into doing 32-bit. Catherine, let's see, see if I remember to Catherine. And then, yeah, so they gain knowledge through experience. Okay, so they're just talking back and forth there. And in chat, I'm at 2:10 p.m. my time. It's not a 32-bit. It has 8 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah. Downloading drivers. That doesn't happen if there's no drivers. Okay, this will be interesting. Let's see, your driver number was 22.19.180.5 something. Can I still see that? Yeah, no, because I launched the update drivers from that screen. Installing drivers. Wow, what about that? So I see Paul just updated an HP laptop to 21H1. It's 10 years old. So that's a testimony for 21H1. So once we start your update, we will be doing so having installed apparently a new graphics driver, a new BIOS, deleting the software distribution folder. We did a lot of looking at other things, but really didn't take any other significant action. Let's go ahead and disable that Windows Defender. Click on Virus and Threat Protection and Threat Manage Settings. Real-time protection off. Cloud protection off. Oh. User account control, that's why I didn't do the second one yet. Cloud protection off. Sample submission. I think that's kind of irrelevant at this point. Tamper protection, I'm not aware that we need to do anything with that. Go ahead and turn it off. Anywho. Then what else do we do? Let's click back. Virus and threat protection, go back again. Account protection, fire network, app and browser. I don't think we need to turn any of these others off. Does anybody in chat have other information about that? And Blackwatch asked if 2004 update was tried on this rig. Yes, it has been tried in the update history, and it also failed. Gary says, I had an employee of mine update my wife's laptop yesterday. We're at 2:15 in chat. Okay. Closing. Windows security. Windows has successfully updated your drivers. Windows finished installing the drivers for this device. Radeon R5, and what do we have now? 180.513. I know we had whoop, there it is. It changed while my eyes were averted. 26.20.11.008.1007. Was that one even on the website? Here's the website, I think, in the background. 26. Yeah, there's 26. 26.20.11.008.1007. So both of these show that version number. So yeah, it updated to one of those. That's disturbing to me that the update checking utility from down here on this question mark did not find that, but doing it from Device Manager did. Yeah, that's disturbing. All right. So I think I'm ready to go do that BIOS update and move us forward. We've got Windows Defender disabled. We've got software distribution folder deleted. Here's that BIOS update. What else do we have open right now? Oh, that got to Alt-Tab on my computer, didn't it? This is a difference with how whatchamacallit. I forgot the name of the Instant House Call. Instant House Call works different than the remote software I usually use. So I want to try Alt-Tab again, and this is showing Oh, this is showing things on other windows on your computer. Yeah, those are your computer. But it shows... Oh, I see what was... This purple line up here, this purple title bar made me think it was Microsoft OneNote on my computer. It's not. So we're done with that web browser. I'll click the X to close that. Support Assistant, we're done with. I'll click the X to close that. We've got a second downloads folder open. I'm going to close that. The recorder, we'll keep that open. This Windows Explorer will close. Services, we still need to come back to. This was the serial number, which I don't think I've written it down yet, so I'm going to keep that for a little bit. Your inbox, your email will close. Programs and features will close. System information will close. And we'll keep Zoom open. And then I'll Shift Tab to get back to this Downloads folder, let go of the Alt key to get back to the BIOS update. Okay. And yes, the computer's connected to power. We saw that earlier, and here's confirming it's connected to power. That came from somebody in chat. Wintermute says, FYI, GPU driver previous version was ending with a 513. Yes, thank you. BH Ringer, in my opinion, you didn't need to turn off Windows Defender. I agree with that. I just did that basically because someone else asked for it. It is saying that we need to do that for a BIOS update. And I'm fine, so I just did it. Gary says at Blackwatch, yes, I think it failed. I think that was referring to the question about 2004, and it did fail repeatedly. CVR Manor says, check if the computer is connected to power. Yes, it is. And you can choose close the services. PC will restart after updating. Of course it will. Because it's going to have to update for it's going to have to restart for the BIOS update. Bingo, right on. So I'll just go ahead and Alt-Tab to float the mouse over services, use the X to close that. And then once that's closed, there it closed. And then I'm going to press the Tab key to get to the notepad because I want to write down that serial number, CND 817-0624. Of course, that doesn't capture the product number, which we now know is also needed, but I'm probably not going to need this anyway. You know what? Let's just go ahead and save that on the desktop in case we wind up wanting it again. If anybody has that model number conveniently at hand, I'll just put that in this file too. If you put it into chat. The product number is in MS Info. Yes, that's an easy way to get to it. Just a little bit of a nuisance to go for the serial number, so that's why I wanted to capture it. Okay. Here we go. Right click and run as admin. It's probably not needed to run it as admin. And clicking yes. So we're going to get disconnected here. You know, to get to that email, you can just click on the same links for Zoom and the remote connection.
When it's done?
Yeah, when it's done. It won't take long. This typically doesn't take long. I'm going to keep the live stream running. So we'll be here waiting for you to come back to us. Save files in folder. It's going to put them in the setup folder with that number. And close this. Oh, let's start recording. Steps recorder. I assume that's just a screen recorder.
Was it saving a video somewhere?
Yeah, it's making its own video of itself. Here it finally came up with this BIOS update utility. And I don't know where we'll go to find that recording. There's probably a standard place. Catherine probably knows where it is. This is the HP BIOS update and recovery utility. It can update the system BIOS on this device, create a recovery USB flash drive to use on devices with corrupted BIOS, copy the BIOS image in order to use it on other devices. Okay, click next. Here's update the BIOS on this device. Requires restart. Click next. BH ringers saying HP 15B000 laptop. There was a different model, a separate model number that we had to use once we got to the HP's website. I don't think you were with us at that time, but that's okay. We don't need to find that. Please select update. I already did that. We're waiting for it to respond to my next button, right? This up here says not responding. Warning, please make sure this PC is running on AC power. We did that. Plug in the AC adapter, click next to proceed. We did that. Clicking next. I'd like to see that next button kind of change to indicate I'm pointing to it. It's not doing that, but we did get rid of that not responding message. So here's a click. Yep, that responded. Copying the update. BIOS update was prepared successfully. Please restart this device to complete. Let's see. You know what? Actually, the remote connection might survive this. With Log Me In remote, the remote connection would come back automatically. The Zoom session would not. Okay, so here we go. So we got a purple screen with the word restarting. So I'm going to be eager to find out if that screen recording thing is still. Oh, you know what? No, that purple screen, that's from Instant House Call. I don't think that's from her computer. Well, I don't know. The word restarting, was that actually on her computer or was that Instant House Call saying it? I just don't know Instant House Call that well to know. Why do I have that open? Oh, this was the... Oh, this is what finally opened up for transferring the files. And I did an email attachment instead. All right, so let's close that. So the way Instant House Call works is I've got this Instant House Call support personnel, whatever they call it, or specialist. Yeah, here's the name, specialist. So when she reconnects, it'll just pop up as a rectangle on the screen. At least that's what happens when we first establish the connection. For those of you who've been watching my videos, you know that Log Me and Rescue keeps me on a console window that I have open. I don't see the other person's computer until they actually connect with Instant House Call. I can right click this guy and see some menu options. There's no indication here that there is a computer that I'm connected to that is restarting. This shows when we started the session, because Janet began the connection just about, well, this shows 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes before this video was scheduled to start live streaming. So if it doesn't automatically reconnect, she'll go to her email message and click the links in the email for the Zoom session. So I should punch over here to the Zoom camera so that we can see her come in. Catherine says, I think it stops when the notebook is restarted. That sure makes sense. So Catherine, is there anything that this recorder is going to do for us that I can't capture in the YouTube video? At the moment, I'm not seeing that. It would certainly be useful for capturing what's happening on the screen when I'm not recording, not connected to the person's computer and recording. And it could go, you know what, when Luis was going from the 0 to 27% and then got that message, it might have been able to survive to that point. Bruin says, hello all, been lurking as I work. Hello, Bruins44. And thank you everybody for being here. Let's see who's all here. If I click on participants, the only people that show in participants right now is Bruins, Catherine, and myself. Apparently, well, I see Wintermute on the listing, but not showing up in the participants menu on that kebab menu up in the upper right. That's a curious thing. I don't understand how that works. So let's see, if I go to this camera and bring up the Zoom meeting over there, that way I can kind of more look at you when I'm reading this chat. And hello everybody that I haven't directly interacted with yet. Thank you again for being here. John Lewis says he's here. Hi John. You can start it and then it runs until it is stopped. While Windows is up, it records mouse clicks too and screenshots. Where are the files stored, Catherine? Are they stored maybe in the videos folder? Blackwatch, are the rest of us in the void? LOL. Oh yeah, because when I click on that kebab menu and click on participants, you only show up there apparently if you've recently typed something. So now I see in that list Blackwatch, Bruins44, John Lewis, Catherine, and myself. And John Lewis didn't show up in there. Going back to participants. Oh yes, John Lewis is in there. Sorry, I guess I must have said that name and then forgot it. So ZVI Manor, hello. And who else is up here? BH Ringer, Ed Knopnow, Paul, 1961. Christoph. What other names are showing up in here that I haven't said hello to yet? Wintermute, of course. All kinds of things. All right. Going back to the bottom of chat. Wintermute still here. Catherine, hello to John. Nick Tao still here. Hi, Nick Tao. Got 30 concurrent viewers I'm seeing, 15 likes. And Catherine's not, Janet's not back with us yet. What other communication do I have to see with her? Oh, there it is. There it is. There's a ding. Let's see. What did that do? I heard some kind of a ringing noise. Okay, over here, Janice's laptop. Click on that to bring it up. I see a black screen. Moving the mouse around so that she can know that I'm connected if she sees that. Ah, there she's just signing in. Moving my mouse again to let her know that I can see. Catherine says it's recording until you stop it. Then you can save recording wherever you like. Well, what if we let it keep running until the computer reboots, then we haven't actually saved it. We don't get to save it. Blackwatch says 28 watching, and Doug. This screen over here now says 29 concurrent viewers. Now it says 30. Over here says 30. And I am one of the watchers. John Lewis, this may be a dumb question. However, have you run the Windows Update Troubleshooter? No. There's a whole lot of things we could do. There's a whole lot of things that have been legacy instructions of what to do when a computer won't update. They're, in my opinion, they're all covered now by the Windows Update Health Check that's in the programs and the process that Windows updates have been going through. There's another piece that I'm trying to say. I'm not thinking of it right now, but I don't think it makes sense to keep doing the things that used to work in the past over and over and over. Now the update troubleshooter doesn't take long to run. So maybe we go ahead and do that. Before trying, we've got, looks like some other people chiming in liking that. Catherine, again, please like the video stream. Thank you, Catherine. You are my champion. And John Lewis also saying troubleshooter. ZVI Manor saying troubleshooter. Mike Perodin, hello to all. Hi, Mike. Hedoram, hello, chat. Hi, Hedoram. And Christoph, an SSD would speed it up. Would also check auto start. Seems to take long to log in. Yes, boy, that spinning circle of dots is just not spinning, is it? Some people saying hello and thumbs up. All right. We have had the conversation with her about SSD already. We've had the conversation with her already about installing from scratch. We have done a couple of things today that may help with this upgrade or update to 20H2. So we're going to move forward to see if we can get that to work. Gary says, I'm working on a ransomware position paper for the company and the government, DOD and SEC. We cannot use Kaspersky antivirus as it is from Russia. Yeah. Catherine says, just create a media creation tool and update this way. I would. Christoph took some time because of MS account. Yeah, it'd be that too. Bruins 44 to Gary, interesting about the paper. I agree. Catherine says, and run disk cleanup and remove page file of Janet's PC. Geez. Look, we're over we're pushing 4 hours now. You could keep adding more and more things onto this. I need to get this update started and move on with my day. There's far more things we could do. So no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut it off and move this thing forward. Waiting for her to enter the password. She started typing. Oh, there she's typing again. Yeah, CVI Manor, I don't know what the holdup was. I'm guessing that she maybe had to look it up or something. I don't think she restarts the computer very often. Maybe that's what's going on. Or, let's see, if she uses face recognition or PIN number, those still should work. Oh, this is going to do verification email. Oh, good grief. Yeah, or lets her do a code from an app. So now it's going to send her an email. She's going to have to go look up the code from the email on one of her other devices. Bruin's asking ZVI, are you doing okay in Israel? Yeah, ZVI's got unhappy times in Israel right now. Oh, she's putting in the email address again. I think that's a different email address. Okay, here's a code now. Blackwatch asking, page file, do you mean hybrid file? No, page file and hibernation file are different. Page file works with the RAM memory of the computer. Hibernation file stores the current state of the computer to hibernate it so that you can turn it on again later at the same state. And I am growing very tired of this earplug headset that I'm wearing. I guess you can't see that, can you? Yeah, these things hurt after 4 hours. I ordered a new headset to go over the ears when my ears are just too shot to wear these. Okay, so she's in her email now and going to get the Zoom credentials. There it is. I'll let her go ahead and do that. Blackwatch, I know Catherine said delete page file. I cannot do that. Oh, was she saying delete page file to you rather than me? No, she said Janet's PC. You have to turn off the page file in settings before you can delete it. I think actually just disabling the page file deletes it. Disabling the configuration deletes the file, I think. Oh, no. She's going into instant house call. Don't do that. Don't do that. I already have you. I'm moving my mouse to keep her from doing that. Don't do that. No. No. We just want Zoom. So I'm, oh, that's back to my computer. So let's just get Zoom. So I'm clicking on our Windows button and then typing Zoom. And here. And join the meeting. Where do we get the meeting? There we go. And then join with video. I haven't chosen. Yeah, here she comes. Here she comes. There we go. Let's see. Start video there. And there we go. Whoops. Trying to jump in. Trying to get in there. And are we there yet? Let's see. She's seeing me. I'm not seeing her yet. Here's the start video. I click on that. Now she's coming in. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So then let's go minimize your other open windows. Okay, whoops, that's too much. That's back to my computer. Close that. No, don't want to leave the meeting. Just want to minimize that window. And then that's the instant house call. Yeah, I stopped you from doing that again because I was already connected at that point. Okay, so close. That's still trying to download. I'm going to close the browser. Okay. And then close that. Back up. Close that. And then maximize that window. Then come back over here. Move this thumbnail down. Okay, and it looks like we're back to a resolution that doesn't fill the screen. I'm not going to worry about that because I don't think we're going to be here very long. What happens if I do that? All right, I'm just going to go with that for now. All right, so we got the BIOS update, and we've done Windows Update is back activated because we've restarted the computer. The software distribution folder is deleted. The chat room has been asking me to do some other things, but I'm going to draw the line and say, no, let's go ahead and try doing the update now because I'm tired and I need to go do some other things. Catching up here with a couple other comments in chat about page file. And then Blackwatch Janet's rig, not mine. I don't want to do that, sir. Okay, yes. Understood. Thank you. BH Ringer, don't forget to re-enable Defender after having done the BIOS update. Okay. Yeah, Defender can be active during a Windows update because it's all Microsoft products. They know how to deal with that. Gary says, ZVI Manor, where are you located in Israel? Bad Jewish, I don't eat cheeseburger. I must be a Jew, I am. Gary's bad Jewish joke, he says. All right, so then to reset PIN.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me put my PIN in to sign in.
That's what you were having some delays with getting logged in. We saw your efforts there. I had your screen off or at a zoomed out view, so we couldn't see any specifics. Who's that? Nope, that's not. So do you want to go ahead and reset the PIN? I'll take your computer off screen for that.
Yeah, I like to have one.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. You've got the controls. You're not on the video now. And ZVI Manor says he's living in Holon. So the ZVI Manor, I'm sure many people in chat are watching the video, wishing you well with all the conflict in Israel.
Okay, all done.
Okay, good. I can bring you back on the screen. So here's Windows Defender is back active. And the only thing that was in there was about your PIN number. So it re-enabled itself with the reboot. So we're good there. And yeah, BH Ringer says it appeared to turn itself on. Agreed with that. And then Windows key update settings. I'm going to let check for updates, do the download of it, and I know some of you want me to go do the media creation tool or even the RAM drive method, but I really need to get away from my desk. So this is our more expedient way to get the ball rolling. And we have done some significant things today. This could be the solution. Your device is missing important updates. Now, you actually said, Janet, last time you've been collecting these, it just comes right back to the screen, but we have deleted the software distribution folder. So it should do some more. Although, if it doesn't, then it would be because it doesn't think your computer is ready for any other updates, which would indicate that Microsoft now has a block on your computer because they know something that's wrong with it and that they are working to fix that. So if it doesn't offer us the 20H2 update, I'm going to take that as a good sign that they are on the case.
Yeah.
And we would not have the opportunity to see that if we went to the media creation tool and forced it to try to do the update. Oh, STP recorder. Windows cannot find STP. I don't think that's what it was called. What was it? It wasn't STP. Let me try this down arrow to see recent
Stopped already.
commands. PSR. Oh, it already finished.
Yep.
It already finished.
Yep.
It's not offering you 20H2, which means they've put a block on something that's preventing your computer from getting it. What's that doing now? It looks like it's checking again. PSR. I see that, Catherine. But it's kind of looking to me like we're not going to have anything to do. PSR, that's what I typed. PSR in the run line. Oh. All right, I'm not going to try to explain why it didn't work the first time around. Just start record. So I see some red dots up here, but they're not
I think it
moving.
needs scrolled up.
Oh, it scrolled it. Okay, you're
Yeah.
right. I see. Oh, that was just the lettering.
Yeah.
Your device is missing important security and quality fixes. And one more time, check for updates. It checks for updates. We see right up here, checking for updates. We see that those dots of working on it. And we're expecting it's going to terminate without offering any updates. That has to mean that Microsoft has put some kind of a block on your computer and computers like yours. You're not up to date. Last check today. And it won't do the update. Now, the next aggressive way to go would be to go do the media creation tool and run it. It does another check to see if your computer is ready for updates. It should, I would think, also terminate with some kind of indication that it's not going to do it. It'd be really nice if they gave us some message right here.
Yeah.
That your computer is blocked. The word block is their terminology. They announced a couple weeks ago that they've removed all the blocks for 20H2. So update history now is showing us nothing. We had update history before. Why are we not having... Oh, because we deleted the software distribution folder. I bet that's why we're not seeing any history. Yeah, we didn't do a Windows Update troubleshooter. Sorry, forgot that. That is worth doing. Let's come over here to troubleshoot. To specifically answer your question, you asked why in chat am I not running it? It's because I'm getting tired. Windows Update. Here, this is when we want the troubleshooter for this. But yet there's part of me that just doesn't want to walk away from this till we have something trying to run. Update, Wintermute says update history comes from software distribution folder. Agreed. ZVI manner, we are only 9 million citizens and our healthcare system is functioning remarkably well. He made an earlier comment that they've gotten past COVID-19. Catherine, I wrote media creation wool. I didn't even notice, Catherine. Run the update troubleshooter. I clicked on that, waiting for it to respond. Oh, here's something going on in the background. Detecting problems, initializing the diagnostic. Catherine says, watch the chat. To me, Ada Rivera, Catherine Hauserman is threaded software. It's threaded software, LOL. Catherine, LOL, yes to Ada. Troubleshooting couldn't identify the problem. Closing that. So that gave us nothing.
Well, you can have a break.
Oh, I don't want to. I want so much to go do the media creation tool. It doesn't take that long, does it? Oh, you guys know that I'm trying to tuck myself into it. Microsoft Edge, since it is a Microsoft product, you can do it with any browser. Catherine says 1909 no longer supported by MS, by Microsoft. No, it will not. That's a partial sentence, Catherine. I don't know what you're saying no to. You saying media creation tool will not install 20H2? I disagree vehemently with that. Media creation tool. Software download, that's it. What is this? $5 cash back right there. I don't like that. Get away from that. Oh, you've got some kind of a extension on your browser that's popping up some advertising stuff. That's what that was. There we go.
No, do the 20H2 one?
Yeah. Yeah, Catherine's insisting that 1909 is no longer supported. That's why the update fails. No, I don't buy that. Not at all. You're going to have to give me some supporting documentation before I'll buy that. Microsoft wants very much for everybody to get updated. They're not going to stop updating computers just because it's reached end of life.
I was just wondering if down below there was the update for the H2O, 20H.
20H2?
Yeah.
Well, this should get us there too. That's downloading the tool. We go to the looking to see what you're referring to. Do you see it on the screen now, what you're referring to?
Well, I think it was the
Or is it
page
lower?
before.
Lower? No, let's just go right here. All right, so Catherine, you pasted a link, so I'm assuming you're saying that that's what's telling us that 20H2 is no longer available here. Okay, yeah, we can't do 20H2 from Media Creation Tool because the Media Creation Tool has moved on to 21H1. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying now. We're going to have to use the thing that we did with Luis. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Back off. We cannot install 21H1 on 1909. That will not work. I agree with you completely. There are no updates available. Yeah, the Windows Media Creation Tool has no updates available for 1909 because it's no longer supported, but we can do it by using the same tool that we used with Luis to download the 20H2. And we have to do that way. We can't do that from Media Creation Tool on Microsoft's website. All right, I understand. I'm with you. That just happened within the last day or two. Yeah, okay, we're done. I'm just not going to do that now. I've got to get these earpieces out of my head. Rufus, thank you. That was it, Rufus. The way we do it is download Rufus. Then we have to download the 20H2, which can take a while. Then we can run it from a mounted virtual drive. Oh, well, we got to do this another time. Janet, are you able to pick a time over the next day or two that you'd like to take another stab at this, or would you like to move further out, or would you like to communicate with me by email to take another time?
Yes and yes.
All of the above. I can have time available over the next few days or the weekend or into next week. If you'd rather just get off the session now and mull it over, we can do that too. But if you were to say something now, then all these people that are watching on this video, they're going to try to come back for that.
No, next week sometime.
Next week sounds better? Okay.
Yeah, this is like Wednesday, so that's just like...
Okay. Well, I'll send you out some. It's basically the same kind of times that you've seen already, and most days of the week I can set aside time to do it. So we'll put that together by email, and then I'll put out a notice on my channel when we're ready to try that again. But your computer's is safe and fine. You've got Windows Defender. It is getting updated. The only thing that you're not getting by not being on the supported version is you're not going to be able to call Microsoft for help. It's probably been a long time since you've tried to do that. And they're not going to be so active at doing security patches. For most people, that's really not much of a risk to go without being on a currently supported system for a while.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have any questions?
Not that I can think of.
All right.
I think of some afterwards, but...
Yeah. Well, you can certainly send that by email if you got questions that you don't feel can wait till our next session.
Okay.
So I would ask you to do a favor for me. Just look straight into the camera and say thank you to the people in the chat room and wave goodbye to them, and then we'll sign off.
Okay. Thanks for helping, and thanks for watching.
All right, I'm clicking the leave button on your computer, and I'll see you later. Okay?
Okay, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, there we go. Another unsuccessful Windows 10 update. And I've got to disconnect from her computer. Thank you again, everybody, for being here and joining with us. And like I've told you a few times, I don't mind being called out as wrong, and I just really stepped my foot in it by insisting that we can do that from Media Creation Tool, and I very clearly was wrong. All right, let's see what we got in chat. People saying goodbye to Janet. Long stream, yes. You just don't know how much my ears hurt right now. Thank you for being here again. Here's the email address if you want to reach out to me for any reason. I guess that'll do it. Have a great day. Catch you later. And I'm going to do a little thing over here. Let's see. How does that work? Yeah. Okay.